South Burlington City Council meeting of Monday, June 1st, 2020. And I think the first item is agenda review. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes in order of agenda items? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I would like to move that we enter into executive session to discuss pending or probable civil litigation to which the public body may be a party and confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services to the council, inviting into executive session City Manager Kevin Dorn, Assistant City Manager Tom Hubbard, Public Works Director Justin Rabidoux for a latter part of the discussion, and also Director of Planning and Zoning Paul Connor. Did I leave somebody out?
Our legal counsel.
Oh, he's there. So is that Andrew Bullock, our attorney?
Andrew, right.
Yeah, and Colin.
Will he be there too?
He will be there later.
Oh, later. Okay.
Oh, Colin?
All right. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Say,
Aye.
oh, let me call the roll. Megan,
Aye.
Tim,
Aye.
David,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
and the chair votes yay. So we will go out of or end this public session, and we'll be back in approximately an hour to go through the printed agenda.
All right, so again, for anybody else who is there, if this is going to end as a meeting, log back into the same website that you went to for this one at about 6:30.
Okay, I just saw that an Amy, I didn't get the last name, Dimitrowitz just joined. So Amy, so that you know, we are about to go into executive session for approximately an hour. So the real council meeting will begin at 6:30.
Okay, thank you. I will sign off.
Okay,
So
thank you
log
very
back
much.
into the same login in about an hour, Amy, or whenever you
Okay.
choose.
Okay.
the South Burlington City Council meeting of Monday, June 1st, 2020. And we'll go to item 3, comments and questions from the public not related to the agenda. Are there any? Anyone in the public? Shall we wait a few minutes for that? I don't know. Hello?
I'd recommend maybe proceed, and if there's somebody who later joins and wants to, then you could always re-invite them.
Okay. So we'll go to item 4, excuse me, announcements and the city manager's report. So who has any announcements? Megan?
Let me just, I'm going to be reading from an email I received the day after the election. A resident and registered voter in the city. And she shares that she's very upset. I guess I read it the day after, but she wrote it on Thursday night. Today's special election is the first time I did not vote in many decades, all because I didn't know it was happening. I'm a senior citizen with a compromised immune system. Consequently, it would not be wise to go vote in person. I didn't know about the election until the night before, so I had no opportunity to vote absentee. My voice was not counted. I don't know if I am in the great minority or if there are too many others out there like myself. Thus this email. And I shared this with Donna, but I think that what this resident recommends and what I also said to Donna in email was it would be very helpful if the television news could actually do more ahead of the night before an election or the morning of an election to really get it out there that there are these special elections going on and how people are, advising voters proceed in these very unusual circumstances. I think that we heard, at least I heard, a lot of people say, yeah, I saw the news this morning, I brought my pen, but that for someone who didn't feel comfortable going to the ballot box, that was not soon enough in order to be able to plan it. And I'm sorry, the other paper reporter here, apparently she didn't read all of the notices in the other paper. So I wanted to share that.
Megan,
And
are you implying that this senior religiously watches like the evening news from one of the 3 local networks?
Correct. Correct.
So are we thinking that perhaps if we early enough released gave a press release to those 3 stations that they could do a 30-second blurb about, in 1 month, South Burlington's going to have a revote on the education budget. And if you're concerned about the pandemic, you should call or email, Donna Kimball to get an absentee ballot because there's a process for that, or call City Hall at least to find out. Okay, I agree with that because that's true, because in this situation, when it comes down to the day and you find out the night before, you can always go and vote, but not in this instance. You can't always go and vote, especially if you're vulnerable. So that's a good suggestion. I just don't know if those local networks would care to air that.
So we don't control the press, but one thing that I think would also make sense, and I know that we're looking, or at least the Secretary of State's considering it for the primary, and I think this is manageable, plus it actually encourages social distancing. I would support sending a postcard to all registered voters in South Burlington stating that you can request an absentee ballot by doing X, and that reminding them that this ballot's going to be on June 25th. So that would be
but then we might as well mail the ballots because it's almost the same cost.
Well, I think there's a difference because you mail the ballots, there's a lot more materials because there's like an envelope inside of an envelope. Plus there's ballots all over the place and you start getting into the larger debate out there. But the postcard is a reminder, and it says how you can request the ballot. And I think that's what Jim Condos is thinking about doing for the primary because it makes more sense from a financial perspective. Postcard mailing is much cheaper as well.
Not much. Yeah.
No, the ballot that got mailed out was 65 cents. And a postcard, I think is 27 or something.
Yeah, 40 something. Yeah.
Okay.
I think there's still merit in considering just the postcard option, since you don't want 13,000 ballots floating around and it could be chaotic and then you get other complaints. But again, I won't push either way. We don't control the press, and I think sending a mailer out makes sense.
Well, we don't control the press, but we obviously spend a fair amount of money with the other paper advertising the warnings for our elections well in advance of the elections, at least what's legally required. And that's mailed to every South Burlington household.
Right.
Go
I
ahead.
wonder if it would be cheap. Well, we're going to have a BCA meeting Thursday, so
We are.
maybe we can discuss some
Okay.
of those issues.
Yeah.
You know,
But that's what-
potentially a
Yeah.
bright colored insert in the other paper 3 weeks before the election that would direct people might catch their eye,
I understand.
you know? But
No, I don't know. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and I've emailed all the counselors, so I'll inform the public of this, is that I have been contacted by many residents. Perhaps you have too. In addition to South Burlington residents, South Burlington residents, Winooski and Burlington residents have contacted me as well, and been in touch with counselors both in Burlington and the mayor of Winooski. And a lot of, I guess, just desire on the part of the public in order for the airport director to apply for an FAA grant for a noise monitoring and tracking system. So I have drafted a resolution that we're going to be looking at our special meeting next Monday, simply asking the director to go ahead and to submit that application for a grant, and asking Winooski and Burlington City Councils to join our council in making this request. And I think it's helpful in order for the grant to actually have some success. It shows the interest on the part of the community, which is what the FAA is. They're trying to serve the community and the community's needs. So I just wanted to let everybody know that, not only the council, but the public to know that this is something that will be upcoming in a week, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion.
thank you. Tom, do you have any announcements?
I do not.
Tim?
Well, I just want to say thank you, Megan, for, I'm not Megan, sorry. Thank you, Helen, for publishing to all the Front Porch Fora the statement by Chief Burke on the killing of George Floyd. So I really appreciate the Chief's remarks, and I don't know if the council is up for perhaps us entertaining a resolution condemning the murder of George Floyd, if we would be disposed of that. But I think that every body politic in this country has a severe responsibility to react to this thing that happened in Minneapolis and make a statement about their position on it, and about how much we decry the loss of life in the African American community as perpetrated by police departments around the country. This is an ongoing problem that we've had for years. It's a legacy that we're having a hard time getting rid of. The Obama administration tried very hard to take action on it. It hasn't penetrated all the police forces to the degree that it needs to. There are still some police officers out there that have some very severe problems, and these departments need to take care of this proactively. You can see what's going on right now in the country as the reactions occur in all of these urban centers with a lot of disenfranchised people who are taking out they're reacting in such a way that they're causing fires and havoc and riots in the streets. We have seen this time and time again. You can go back through time and look at any of these sparks that have ignited this civil disobedience. So I just would ask if the city council would entertain a possibility of writing a resolution and talking about it and perhaps passing it.
I think that's a great idea, Tim, and I certainly would support it. I think it's important for elected bodies to take stands and show some leadership when these kinds of situations arise. And I mean, we kind of live in a bubble in Vermont. And I love that bubble, but we can't forget that it still can happen here, and it does happen here. So I would be supportive of that as well. Megan, were you raising your hand too?
Yeah, I was. Thank you. And I too would support a motion. I would like it to extend beyond the police. However, because of the appalling video taken in New York City Central Park of a citizen making an emotional plea to police over simple request that she leash her dog, and making it out to the dispatcher that her life was in danger in the presence of an African-American man. I mean, there have been, I think, so many incidents where I mean, maybe that's going beyond our role as a city council, and you can certainly say that, but I think that it's not just a police problem. I think it is a social problem. And so I would like us to address it as a social problem where the police can certainly be named, but I want us to also note that there are members of the public, no one is immune to this. And I just wanted to put out there too, that it's not clear who is doing all the looting and the burning. It's still being heavily, investigated here, and even by whom is not clear according to the articles.
Oh, here we go.
They have the authority to kill a
Somebody-
minority. Fuck that shit, cause I ain't the one.
Who is that?
The only person speaking is Corey right now.
In the middle of a sale, fucking with me cause I'm a teenager.
What would you like to do, Helen?
Can you shut that off?
Picking every nigga is selling narcotics. You rather see.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
So, be the police out of shape.
So Paul, I don't know
Helen,
what is
we can
happening.
keep them out if you need to, but you've got somebody who's choosing to disrupt the meeting.
Well, I would like to continue with the meeting. So
we need
So
to
your
continue.
choices are, I can mute them, but they can unmute themselves, or you can, they've
They
left
left.
now.
They left.
Corey has left.
Okay.
Should you choose, we do have the authority to kick them out, but that is the equivalent, just so you know, of, kicking somebody out of the room. So I just want to be, mindful of that.
I want to be very narrow with this thing, because you remember in 2016, there was an egregious murder by a policeman of an African-American man in his car. And there was another one after that. We brought in Chief Whipple, and he explained what our training process was for our police department. And then Chief Burke has been in since then and has re-explained, what our training process is. And I am expressing our trust in our chief, that we're doing the most we can to make sure that our police force is operating at the highest level with the least bias. And I appreciate that, but I think it's important that we at least express our opinion about this awful thing that happened in Minneapolis, and express solidarity with everybody else in the country that feels the same way.
Okay. Let's see. Tom had nothing. David, do you have anything?
Well, I think Megan's point is very well taken. It's not just police. It's a social problem throughout the country, and somehow we have to include that in whatever we say. And I agree with you, Tim. We should keep it short and tight, because we don't want to get wandering into areas of the topics that we really are not experts in. So I think we can take from Chief Burke's terrific letter a couple of key phrases and add the social pieces about equity in this country, and frame something tight and concise that will do the job without getting too wordy and rambling off in places we really shouldn't be.
Okay.
Right, Megan? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Oh, who's
Yes.
gonna write it?
Tim, do you
Well-
want to write it?
Who?
I'll give it a whack.
Okay. And then,
Give it a
if you
try.
want to pass it around, we can all whack at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that would be great.
That sounds
And
good.
I would just like to, again, publicly acknowledge our police chief, and I was really very impressed with his letter, his speech, I guess, or talk to the force, and then he rewrote a letter for the public, and I think that just for me made me very pleased that we had hired him, that we had made the right choice. I think he acknowledged there's a lot of things that still need to happen, but I think we have a really excellent leader trying to get our force, as well as, they work with the community as well, and the students, to really acknowledge the racism and the issues that our society is facing. It's very, very disturbing to me to see the violence erupting all over the country. And as Megan suggested, not all of it is just disenfranchised Afro-Americans, but it apparently are some white nationalists who are taking advantage of the situation. And that to me is frightening. I mean, my children live in Salt Lake City, and they were locked down from Friday night to Sunday night because there was so much violence at the State House, which was defaced. It's just, it just is really upsetting. So I hope it doesn't get here in those terms, but I don't know. So I think it really truly is an issue facing our country that, as elected officials, we should at least acknowledge and push the changes that need to happen.
I fully
So-
support passing a resolution on this. So Tim, I'd love to see or contribute to a draft.
That's great. I would also like to note, I have had several conversations with Gene Richards, and he is working very hard on putting together both a proposal, as well as really working with the Guard and Leahy's office and the Air Force to really see if some of the dollars for the noise monitoring can come from the DOD. They've always resisted, but maybe if you keep asking or you use the right legislative pressure, we might be able to find that funding. Because on the other hand, the airport is not making any money. There's 19 flights going out daily, when there normally is 220. So that, or 122, excuse me. So the revenues are really short and tight. And I think we all recognize that having a viable airport is pretty important to continued or any kind of economic recovery. It's not the only thing, but it's an important piece. So I think he is working with the communities to get that done. And I think some of the rhetoric that goes around with some of the emails doesn't help when you insult and suggest that people are lying and so forth when they in fact are trying. You may have a different approach or view of the whole noise issue and the F-35s, but I think we have to work together as a community on that as well, and not make it such strong camps.
Ellen, quick question.
Yeah.
Kirby Cottages, what's the status? I saw one was for sale in the paper.
Well, the FAA is allowing the airport to sell them back to the public, and then the airport and maybe Burlington and potentially South Burlington would contribute, I don't know at this point, to make up the difference of the relocation costs for the sale of those 7 homes. But they are attempting to sell them to recoup as much money as they can through real estate, and then figure out how to pay back the rest.
Ouch.
So. Yeah, I saw them for listed at $320,000, $340,000.
Yes. Yeah.
Much higher than affordable.
Yep. but the difference to make up is enormous. So I think they're trying to save those houses, and some people tell us 330 is affordable housing. So, okay, moving on. Oh, Kevin, do you have any updates?
Just a couple things. Thank you for your comments about Chief Burke. I think you're right on with that. The chief and I did a public service announcement this afternoon that is going out through our social media. Chief focusing on the George Floyd issues. I spoke about the mask issue and let the public know that you'll be taking the issue up again at your meeting next Monday, but reminding the public that wearing a mask is about other people's health and about showing respect for other people when you wear a mask and their health. The message we're trying to get out on social media as well. I think a lot of people think that it's about protecting their own health, and maybe they don't think that there should be concerned, but if it's other people involved, hopefully it'll get a higher level of use. But I do know that you're taking the issue up next Monday in a special meeting. We have over 100 residents now at the Holiday Inn. We had a reasonably quiet weekend there. There were some incidents, and the coordination with CVOEO went well between our fire and our police departments. So we'll see how that continues to go. The library, as you know, is still doing curbside service, but the plan is on 3 days. The plan is to convert one of those days to a full public day beginning on June 15th. So we would have a full public day where the public could enter under the restrictions that the governor has set forth, and then 2 days of curbside pickup, just as a beginning to reopen. And so we're excited about that. 180 Market Street, I hope everybody who's listening and the council can go by and take a look. The steel's going up fast. And the work on the parking lot is really moving forward quickly. So it's fun to watch. Of course, you're going to take the naming issue up tonight. We still have our employees on furlough. The 43 are still on furlough. Most of them, as I've reported before, most all of them are working part-time and furloughed part-time. We have 6 or 7 who are completely furloughed. We still have our team working from home who can work from home. And so we don't anticipate opening up City Hall or even bringing the furloughed employees back to full-time until at least June 30th, if not beyond that. We are achieving some budgetary savings, as you know, as a result. Part of the PSA today was to remind the public about this and let them know that some of the services that they were expecting, perhaps potholes, striping, mowing and all, will need to be delayed a little bit as we deal with the financial implications of the C-19 lockdown. And then finally, I wanted to let you know that we've been in touch with the appraisers. They would like to get back to making the personal contacts to the field work. They are still working on data entry, but we have, and Tom, remind me on this because the date, we have authorized them to begin data collection for commercial properties only, beginning on June 15th. And they have to, we're going to require the folks to be tested, to have proper PPE, to come by here in the morning and get their temperature taken before they go out in the field, those kind of processes and procedures to assure that they're healthy. And the public residential owners are perfectly free to say no, they don't want them in their house. When we get to that, commercial property owners are free to say the same thing. But we think we will just start with the commercial and have it go with the commercial properties for the time being. That's my report, Helen.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that there are a number of public members who have joined, and I wanted to give them an opportunity if they had any comments or questions not related to things on the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment or have a question? Well, I don't see anyone, so then we will move on to the consent agenda. And I would entertain a motion to approve A, the disbursements, and B, the minutes of March 9th, April 6th, and 20th, and May 4th.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda. This is Megan.
A second?
I'll second that.
Okay, David second. So we have a motion seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor? I'll do a roll call. Tom Chittenden,
Aye.
Megan Emery,
Aye.
Tim Barrett, Dave Kaufman,
Aye.
and the chair votes yes, so the consent agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on to number 6, update on the status of the Kimball Avenue Bridge project. We've got Justin, and I saw Tom DiPietro. Is he going to help you with this too?
He's here to answer questions as well. Yes.
Okay, welcome, Tom. All right.
Hi, good evening. Justin Rabidoux, Director of Public Works, joined by Tom DiPietro, Deputy Director and Stormwater Superintendent. As we approach the 3-month anniversary of the initial failure of the Muddy Brook culvert under Kimball Avenue at our Williston border, we wanted to give you an update on the project because we're at a critical juncture in our conceptual engineering in which we've developed a couple alternatives and we can go in kind of either direction. But we felt given the difference in the alternatives in both their cost as well as their disruption to the traveling public, and also given the passage of time, this was an appropriate time to get the council and the public updated on where we are. Consistent with what we informed the council in November of 2018, which at that time was we anticipated the final solution. And just for the record, for everyone's information, the bridge that is in place is a temporary bridge that we are renting from the state of Vermont. The final solution is to reinstall a 3-sided boxed arch culvert underneath Kimball Avenue to help the Muddy Brook make its way through the roadway. In 2018, at the very early phases of this project, we anticipated that final solution would result in roughly a 3-month closure. We presented the result of our scoping study, which contained a very detailed alternatives analysis. We made a recommendation to the council, and the council endorsed staff's recommendation. And just for the record, that was roughly in 2018 dollars, a $2 million solution with an anticipated roughly 13-week closure. It's worth noting that any reference to dollar figures are about the total dollar figure of the project. The city of South Burlington, the town of Williston are splitting all costs 50-50. So a $2 million project means $1 million to the city of South Burlington. Since that time, we have advanced the scoping study to conceptual design, and further discussion with contractors and suppliers indicated that we kind of have 2 choices here. We could actually speed up the process and reduce the delay from a roughly 3-month to a roughly 1-month period. However, that would cause an estimated additional $500,000 in cost to the project. So a $2 million project becomes $2.5 million project. We also provided you with a summary of the 4 grants that Tom and his team have applied for and the council has endorsed. 2 have been received and 2 are still outstanding. At this point, our recommendation still is to stick with the project roughly as it was conceived in November 2018, and the recommendation we made then, which is for the 3-month closure in the approximate range of $2 million. We think for an extra $500,000, 2 months, that's frankly a little bit expensive for a 2-month reduction in delay. And then once we get in there, given the unknowns and the stability We think being conservative, both fiscally and from a design and means and method standpoint, is the appropriate way to go. So we have made a recommendation that the council allow us to continue to advance to the final design phase in a manner consistent with the 2018 recommendation, again, which is roughly a $2 million project and a 3-month road closure. That's kind of the summation. We do hope to lower our out-of-pocket, if by not at least half, maybe even 3/4. So our $1 million share might just become $500,000 or even even $250,000. Again, thanks to the hard work by Tom and his team running around fetching various grants. It's not often you have 3 or 4 grants supporting a single project. So it'd be a little bit of an undertaking for us, but we think given the expense, the time was worth going after these grants. So that's kind of the basics of the memo, and Tom and I are here to answer any questions that the council and public may have.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Tim?
I noticed that the FedEx building, the groundwork is being laid now. Do we know when they're going to be completed and start directing traffic to that facility?
I see Paul's on here. He might have a better sense. I know they initially, well, in a pre-COVID world, they wanted occupancy by May 1. That was with a November start. So I think they're anticipating roughly a 6 or so month project. So if they broke ground about a month ago, you're probably looking at the fall or so for when I would expect they would be open. They and their design team are aware of what is coming with regards to the bridge and the replacement culvert project.
And so would they theoretically have to take Gregory Drive to get back to Route 2?
I don't know what their routes and where their traffic comes and goes from, but certainly they wouldn't be able to head south into Williston over Kimball.
I'm just, if they were expecting to do, I mean, already their facility is further, what is that, east, right, on that road. So if a lot of their traffic is coming from the east, from the interstate, from exit 12, and they can't come over the bridge, or if they can't go over the bridge from their facility, I'm just thinking, what can they do? Can they go down Gregory? You can't swing off of Gregory onto Williston Road. I'm just thinking that's a very difficult thing to do for a semi, because it's all going to be semi traffic, right?
No, no, it's not. It's a transloading, offloading facility as described to us, and Paul, help me out if I miss here. Anywhere between 7 and a dozen large semis are going to be arriving overnight. And they'll be departing they'll be just dropping off and picking up, and they'll be departing prior to the AM rush. At which time, all of the local kind of vans that we see making the residential and commercial FedEx deliveries, they will then disperse throughout the day. But the larger scale vehicles are arriving in the middle of the night and leaving prior to the AM peak.
Okay. All right. So the greater number of the trip ends is going to be the local delivery trucks.
Yes.
Smaller vehicles. Okay. I was just concerned about, sharp turns on roads that really, because when the bridge is closed, there's a large traffic, a lot of traffic on Gregory Drive, either trying to turn left or right,
Right. Tim, this is Paul. I would say, echoing Justin, the overwhelming majority of all the traffic coming and going from that will either be the personal vehicles of the people who work there, who are then, getting the box trucks, or the box trucks and vans. It's a very limited number that are actually the 18-wheelers, and they arrive at off-peak hours.
Is that also going to be the facility where people can go pick up their packages if they're ground delivered, or if they need to pick them up?
They have described that is not where they're going to do that, or if it is, it's extremely limited.
Okay. All right. So a 3-month closure. Okay.
Justin, do you need anything from the council at this time?
It needn't be now. However, our goal for this project is to advance the design and permitting phase so we can bid the project for construction over this coming winter, and we can be in the ground in about 10 or 11 months from now. Concurrence from the council would be great tonight, but I certainly understand, given the gravity of the issue, if time is needed to mull it over.
Are there any other questions by councilors?
I think saving $500,000 but costing us 3 months of downtime makes sense. So I support the trajectory that you're proposing.
Right.
Yeah, I'll add my support too. The one question I had was I just didn't understand that sentence right before the recommendation. We hope to receive $500,000 in total grants, further reducing our project share to $750,000. Was that
Yeah,
a
so
typo?
$500,000 in total grants. That takes a $2 million project down to 1.5. And we have to pay half of them. Yeah, apologies, it is a little unclear. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, and so I guess that needs, because I understand that you and Tom and, you know, perhaps other staff, that you've given a lot of hours to this as well. Is that taken into account in any way with this sharing agreement with Williston?
We agreed on the outset to kind of take the lead on the project. And we did so in a manner in discussion with Kevin and the Williston town manager that we would not be billing anyone for our services since it was for the good of our community.
Thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts? Do we need a vote of approval? Do we want a motion to approve this action? Is that what you would like, Justin?
Yes, yeah, whether that would be great for us to formally move forward. I would appreciate that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Now, it only says an update on the status. So is this something that maybe we should take action on next Monday?
I
Since
think
it's not warned?
I think it's probably, your vote tonight is probably guidance for Justin. I think
Okay.
it's fine to go ahead and do this just as if it was a straw poll. I have a sense that you're all in favor of this, so I think it's okay.
So maybe we don't even need to vote on it? We just
Yeah.
are nodding our agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, so we support this.
We support the
All right.
staff recommendation then, okay.
So
Tom?
is that okay to withdraw your motion,
Yep.
Megan? Okay.
Helen,
all right.
Tom, question.
Ellen, I just wanted to, for people that are listening in, that we're talking about enterprise fund monies. This is not a general fund project. You've heard a lot from me over the last couple of meetings about the general fund, and this is a project outside the general fund through stormwater. So I just wanted to make sure that listeners were aware of what dollars we were talking about.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Justin and Tom and everyone else who's worked on this. Thanks for getting some good grants out there. That's very helpful. And we appreciate that greatly.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, moving on to item 7, council discussion and possible direction to staff related with closing some South Burlington roads. So is Justin going to talk about this as well?
Yes, Justin stayed on for this discussion, Helen.
Okay.
The only thing you have in your packet about this is Justin went out and took a picture of one of the signs they're using in Burlington. We realized that you've gotten a request from a neighborhood to close a street to through traffic. We recognize that some of that is going on in Burlington right now, and so Justin's here to have that conversation with you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. What you're looking at is that's the top of Scarf Avenue in Burlington where it meets Shelburne Road. The sign is right up against the right edge of the road. It turns what is probably a 30 or a 32-foot road into effectively a 25 or a 26-foot road. So there's also the little kind of sandwich board election type sign in front of it that it's a little blurred out, but it talks about social distancing and that type of stuff. The sign or the signs, as they're kind of proliferated all about the south end and parts of the north end. They are not placed kind of in the middle of the road. They are not placed in a manner as to intentionally obstruct or delay or prohibit traffic. They're on the side of the road based on some input with the Burlington EMS departments. So as such, they don't explicitly prevent you from doing anything other than just maybe discourage folks from using those roads. We looked at what this would mean for us in South Burlington from a fiscal and a labor standpoint. Burlington is fortunate in that they also host the Vermont City Marathon. And they also got done doing some recent large-scale water line relining projects throughout the south end. So they have a massive inventory of the sign you just saw. In South Burlington, we don't have anything that would approximate that type of guidance. So we looked at, just for the sake of discussion, the neighborhood in question, the Hadley Road neighborhood, kind of bounded to the north by Proctor and to the east by Rice, or Meadow and Rice High School. If we were to look to implement something in a neighborhood of that size, the amount of signs we would have to purchase and install, as well as the stands, it's probably going to run in the $2,000 to $3,000 range just to purchase the materials. As Kevin mentioned earlier, we're working with a furloughed staff. For the month of June, Public Works is really focusing Monday to Wednesday on getting in full crews and working on stormwater projects. We just started today in the Butler Farms neighborhood. The rest of the week, we'll probably have minimal staff and be performing the traditional maintenance type activities we have been during this period, such as mowing lawns on fields and emptying garbage in recreation areas. So from a staff perspective, this is not something we had anticipated. It doesn't mean we can't make room for it. Further, it's my belief that if this is successfully implemented, there will now be created a demand across all of South Burlington. And you can kind of multiply the fiscal and labor related statements by me by, I don't know, 10 neighborhoods, 12 neighborhoods, 15 neighborhoods. There could kind of be, as it did in Burlington, it could kind of spread pretty quickly if it is successful. So those are just our thoughts as to what it would take for us from a labor and a fiscal standpoint to implement. And certainly if that's the direction the council wants to go, we will make it happen.
Okay, comments?
I would
Megan?
also add, Helen, that the decision to do this with these roads is a council level decision. It's not a staff level under state law. So just this is in your authority to do.
Okay, thank you. Megan?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if you all received emails that I received from a resident. Yeah, Helen did. That's a neighborhood that often has cars going through because of Rice High School. But since the high school's closed, some cars are still driving through just as a cut through to get off of Shelburne Road, which with the reduced level of traffic, it seems more to be, habit as opposed to really saving minutes off of a commuter or something. And since there's a high level of children wanting to bike at this time, it seemed to me that this would be a reasonable action for us to take. And I realize that this is not something that we can do, indefinitely or even in an unlimited way. But I think that this is a neighborhood that has had, I think, a long-term burden placed on it because of the location of the various entities surrounding it. And this would, I think, be just a welcome relief. And if we have the signage to do it without any extra cost, I think it's a show of attention that we are able to give to this part of our city that has been clamoring for our attention for some years now.
Well, it sounds like we don't have the signs in right now, unless if Burlington has so many, would they lend any?
I thought we had,
Don't
we had a
municipalities
couple.
do that?
To implement on a
Yes, sir.
neighborhood-wide, hey, Megan, to implement on a neighborhood-wide scale, we would certainly need to order signs. And anything we have is more of the orange construction zone variety as opposed to what's out there. I can reach, if the council advances this, I can certainly reach out to Burlington to see if they have materials.
But because when neighborhoods have their neighborhood parties, you can get a road closed temporarily from the, no?
We have not for years provided any of those materials to neighborhoods.
Okay. I
Chair
take
Reilly.
that
Tom?
back.
So I just say I support what Megan just outlined for this neighborhood. I just because I've walked this neighborhood with neighbors before and I know intimately the traffic problems. I know Tim, you used to live there, and I think this neighborhood is deserving. It's practically in Burlington. It's a very Burlington-like neighborhood, so it fits that character of that part of the city. I would just hope that Maddie Clark doesn't cover this in the paper so that other neighborhoods don't ask for it as well, because we don't have any money. So Maddie, if you could just skip over this and not give it so that we don't have more requests. All right.
So are you supportive of giving this one community?
I am.
You are, okay. Other comments from councilors? David?
What's the cost
Tim?
again?
You know,
I suppose, okay.
the
Makes sense.
pandemic has sort of a beginning with the governor stating there's a state of emergency and stay-at-home orders. And then the pandemic has sort of, it's going to have an end, right? And we don't know exactly where that is, but where we are right now, June 1st, is not the same as where we were on March 15th. And I think Burlington placed all those signs in late March because, you know, they saw that there was probably a need, and I don't know whose idea was in the first place, but here we are further out where we're relaxing things. So traffic's going to start to pick up. School is probably going to go back into session at some point in time. I personally don't see the need for it. That neighborhood has had a fair amount of traffic in the past, especially at the high school rush hours, but they don't exist anymore. The people that are passing through there are probably going to UVM, but that's not in session anymore. So I don't really know what the problem is because there isn't that much traffic at all. It could be people turning onto Proctor going south that want to avoid the light up at Home Ave. I don't understand. So to
Well,
me,
it's children on bikes. It's children on bikes.
There are sidewalks. There is also Rice High School. People can take their kids up to Rice High School and practice in the parking lot because there's nobody there. Orchard Road is a very low traffic road because it's basically isolated from the rest of the neighborhood. There's no through traffic on it at all. That's where we used to take our kids to learn to ride their bikes. Those streets are connected very heavily through to Eastwoods Avenue and down to the plaza on Proctor. And there was a very big decision made by City Council in 2000 to make it a one-way south where Eastwoods meets Hadley Road. Before, that used to be two-way traffic, and there was 2,300 cars a day going both directions on that road through that neighborhood, and it was horrendous. When Rice is in session, you get a little rush hour in the morning and in the afternoons, and then you have some other traffic that goes through or people that don't live there. But when I was there before I moved, you know, that was manageable compared to what it was before 2000. So, and here we are getting towards the tail of the pandemic response. And if you to put those signs up there now, then I don't know when you would ever take them down, because what constitutes taking them down? And I really don't understand why they put those signs up in Burlington, because those are all city streets. They didn't have that much traffic on Scarf and Ferguson and all the other ones in that south end area to begin with. All the traffic was on Pine Street because everybody wants to go to City Market, you know, or it's on Flynn Ave or it's on Pine Street. So I understand the perception, but I'm not sure really if the need is as realistic as people think it is.
Justin, I think Megan asked, so you think there's a cost involved unless we can borrow them from Burlington?
Yeah. Yeah, estimated roughly $2,000 to $3,000 per kind of neighborhood if you use this as
Okay,
neighborhood as one unit.
okay. So what does the council think? I'm kind of, I thought it was sort of a cute idea, but I think I'm convinced by Tim that maybe this is the wrong timing, and I certainly don't see us having $3,000 in the budget. And I also don't think with furloughed personnel that this is a higher priority than, say, filling some potholes or doing some line painting and striping.
Well, we also have speed bumps on the streets, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I think, and now I'm just thinking, and Tim, you maybe gave me cause to think about it. We used to live down there many, many years ago, and before 2000.
Where?
And even then, those streets weren't particularly high trafficked. And just on occasion, when Rice goes in and Rice leaves, that's about it. It's a neat little network of streets, but I think I think Tim's argument and discussion was convincing. I don't think we should be spending this kind of money to do this. I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Tim convinced me as well. Sorry, neighborhood, but I don't think we need to spend the money. And you used to live there, Tim, so you know it better than I.
Well, if it hadn't been $2,000 to $3,000, I would have tried to respond to Tim as eloquently. I think, that it's not only Burlington, there are lots of cities that are closing off streets. But I know the timing issue was simply hoping to get a response. It took time to get a response, and I thought we had a couple that we could throw up just over the summer. I thought it would be a nice gesture to this neighborhood, but it's the $2,000 to $3,000 that seems to not match the current process that we're in, which is cost cutting. So.
Well, and I think it's also the time involved with the personnel, Megan. Even if we had a bunch of signs, there still is, somebody has to put them up, make sure they stay up. And time is, if you work on this, you can't work on something else. So it sounds like the council does not want to go down that road at this point. Okay. Thank you for raising it, though. So moving on to, let's see, what do we have? 8. The final, is that a time certain? 7:30? Oh, we're 3 minutes late. Okay. A final public hearing for $625,000 in Vermont Community Development Program grant awarded to the city of South Burlington for the recently completed Garden Street apartments at 310 Market Street. So I would entertain a motion to go in to start a public hearing.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Aye.
so we were in a public hearing. And let's see, who is going to talk about this? I can't remember.
Amy?
Amy?
Tom or?
Amy
Amy?
Metrowitz?
Okay. You have the floor, Amy.
Great. Hi. And thank you
Hi.
again for entertaining me here. I feel like I've come to this city council 5 or 6 times, it feels like at this point, to talk about this project. But this time it is in a formal public hearing in relation to the Vermont Community Development Program grant that the city applied for on behalf of this project. We are ready to close out that grant. First, I have to give a great amount of thanks to your city staff, to Kevin and to Tom and to Paul for helping us through this grant process. It can be cumbersome sometimes with their online reporting system, different requests and buttons to hit. And we got through it all, and that was great. So this was a $625,000 grant, Vermont Community Development Program grant, which is federal funding that comes to the state. And the city of South Burlington applied for that funding for this Garden Street Apartments project, which is a 60-unit affordable housing building that was built by Snyder Homes, Snyder Braverman Development Company, 60 apartments in a 4-story building at the intersection of Garden Street and Market Street. The building has now been completely occupied. All 60 units are occupied. The $625,000 VCDP grant was used to purchase the building. This was a turnkey development. So Snyder Braverman built the building, and then the Champlain Housing Trust, Housing Vermont, our partnership, purchased the building and then leased it up to a very broad mix of families and households. We have 60 homes altogether. 45 of them are affordable to folks earning less than 80% of median income. And 11 of those were specifically set aside for homeless households. Right now, during this pandemic, it's become even more evident how critical it is to have housing. Housing is healthcare. You can't stay socially distant without a house. So that was a real great help to those 11 households. We also have 11 of the apartments that are targeted to folks who are of a higher income, between 80 and 120% of median income. So it's a real broad mix of incomes that we've been able to serve here. We also have some larger bedroom units. We have 3 4-bedroom apartments, which we have not built a 4-bedroom apartment in a very long time. Those leased up very quickly. Large families, they're very happy to be there. And 11 3-bedroom apartments. I was going to keep this brief and just say folks are very happy to be there. People have been home a lot, enjoying the building and the location. It was a very successful project, and we are looking now to close out the grant so that we can close that down and not have to do any continued reporting on that specific grant. The city also provided $150,000 of the South Burlington Housing Trust Fund, which was critical in making this project possible. So that's all I have to say in terms of a presentation.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the public on this? All right, any comments by the council?
I just wanted to say,
Oh.
I, as a former member of Champlain Housing Trust and a South Burlington resident, I fully support the work that has gone into the garden apartments. And thank you, Amy, for your report. This is
Thank
Sandy.
you.
Sandy.
That was Sandy Dooley for the
Yeah.
minute taker. Tim, do you have a comment?
Just a simple question. I mean, every time you build a building, you can be surprised by things you didn't expect. So were there any things that you found out that you didn't know before, or things that have surprised you, or things that you learned from, so the next time you won't do that again? I'm just curious.
That's a really good question, Tim. You know, I think we weren't exactly surprised. We kind of expected that the 4-bedroom apartments would lease up so quickly. That really was new for us, to build 4-bedroom apartments and as many 3-bedrooms. We did 11 3-bedroom apartments, and all of those leased up very quickly. So it wasn't exactly a surprise. Like I said, we did anticipate it. That's why we built them. But it was a good experiment, if you will. We will continue to build larger units into our buildings.
Are there any building warranty issues that you're concerned with at all?
There's always minor building warranty issues, nothing significant, just ongoing. Snyder's been good about responding to those warranty issues, and we will do a final, what we call our final 1-year warranty walkthrough, just to clean up any remaining issues. So that'll happen, I guess it'll be in October.
Wow, it's been that long already, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good looking
That
building.
seems
I think it
unbelievable.
presents very well. It's a good looking building, and it presents very well on the street. I appreciate it.
Thank you. People are really happy with that location.
Right. Yeah. And now that it's warmer, the little park with all the geese is a really nice place to walk to. I can't wait till we eventually get it hooked up with City Center Park, because that would be a really nice addition for the kids who live there.
I agree. I went walking there recently. I've been watching that that park come up from the building as the building was being built. So it was really great to take a walk through that little park. And then I thought that I could get through to the South Burlington to
Right,
City
yeah.
Center Park, but I could see that eventually I'd be able to. I love that
So
park as
cool.
well with all the natural playground. It's really nice.
Yes, it's nice.
And and we're expecting that there are a lot of kids who live there, and their ability to walk through to get to the middle school and the high school will be great.
Yeah. Okay, are there any do we have to take any action, or is this just,
Do we have to close the?
we have to close the hearing
grant?
first, but are there any other comments from the public? Okay, a motion to close the hearing?
So moved?
And a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Great. So we're out of the public hearing, and
Thank you again.
you are very welcome. Thank you for all your good work. It was nice working with you.
Thank you.
Next building, next building.
Yeah, exactly.
You bet.
So
Absolutely.
we don't have to do anything about that, right? We just had the hearing and it'll happen. Okay.
That's all you need.
Pardon me?
That's all you need to do.
Okay. So now we go on to a presentation on Raise the Blade. It's a method of providing greater stormwater runoff control, and Linda Patterson is going to present that. Hi, Linda. Welcome. So you have about 20 minutes.
Okay, and there is a PowerPoint embedded that I sent to Kevin.
That'll come up. Paul's bringing it up, Linda.
Okay.
Well, it's
So-
good to see you and hear
Yes.
you before we get the PowerPoint.
I just want to say how absolutely wonderful it's been to watch your process. I come from a family with a long line of civic engagement, and you all are really impressive to watch. I'm sure it's not always so smooth, but it's just wonderful. Thank you. So I am Linda Patterson. I am a water quality educator with Lake Champlain Sea Grant, and since I don't have control over the slides, right? Should I just say next slide, please?
Linda, I can either advance them for you, or I can give you the controls if you'd like, whichever you prefer.
Controls would probably be helpful.
All right, just one moment.
Okay. So I'm going to give a brief overview of the Sea Grant program for those of you who aren't familiar with it. Just take a couple of minutes and then I'll go into the campaign. And thanks very much to Kevin and others who have helped me be a part of this. So just let me know when I'm able to advance.
All right, so you are now the presenter. I'm not sure if we still have the screen on. You may have to now share your screen in order for you to advance it.
Okay, so screen share would be.
If you move your mouse around in the
Right.
middle, there's an option to, looks like a little screen, and you can say share my screen.
Okay, so mine is on the side with the microphone and the video. Would that be where it is? Oh, I see.
Yep.
No. Nope, I think I'm not doing well here.
All right, well, why don't I take it back and you just tell me when you'd like to advance a slide.
Okay. And now I need to get your pictures back.
Yep.
This is my first time on this particular, there we go.
All right, so if you just let me know when you want, just say next slide, and then I'll just advance it for you.
Okay. I just need one more minute to get you all back here. Hold on. There we go. Let's try again. All right. So, next slide. There we go. Lake Champlain Sea Grant. We are at the University of Vermont. We also have offices at SUNY Plattsburgh and at ECHO. And we are part of 33 Sea Grant programs around the United States, all on coastal areas. So the Great Lakes and all the ocean coastal areas. And we're administered and funded by NOAA. And our basic mission is anything and everything related to water quality and community resilience and protection in, especially now in the face of climate change. We also do research into various issues related to water quality and climate change and protecting local communities. And our particular one is focused entirely on the Lake Champlain Basin. Slide, please. We deal with all stressors that you are all familiar with in the Lake Champlain watershed. Everything from flooding to microplastics to stormwater runoff, algal blooms, game fishing, overfishing, invasive species, microplastics, as I mentioned, road salt. And next slide, please. And our programs are designed, as it says, to protect not only our resources, our shorelines, our water, but also our economy. So we just initiated a road salt seminar that some of you may have heard of because that's a main source of salt for the lake. We have a natural erosion control focus, lots and lots of tournament education because that's such a big part of our economy on both sides of the lake, sustainable fishing practices, and many other programs. We go into the schools from K through 12. We also train teachers on watershed education and water quality monitoring. Next slide, please. And some of you may know this, we offer several accredited workshops for real estate professionals on any and all topics, again, related to land use and water quality. We work very closely with the Department of Environmental Conservation, and it's been a fabulous success. We reached hundreds of realtors who then take the information directly to their clients. And realtors are often the first and sometimes only source of information for these really important elements of land purchase. Next slide, please. So raise the blade. So some of you may have seen our signs around the city. And next slide, please. We've joined with many watershed organizations around the state, Lake Champlain Committee, Basin Program, Cornell University across the lake, Natural Resources Conservation Service. Next slide, please. And we developed a campaign. And again, as South Burlington residents, you may have seen our survey invitation on Front Porch Forum. We got an astounding reply to our survey. We had over 1,000 responses. We just have discovered people love to talk about their lawns and how they care for their lawns. And South Burlington had a good show, and we decided to choose South Burlington and Plattsburgh to do focus groups to help us to come up with good slogan and good messaging approach with the communities. So what came out of the study was the top motivators for people who mowed their lawn 2 to 3 inches was healthy lawns and good for the environment. Next slide, please. And so the focus group and the survey helped us identify how to speak to the population, and they recommended community outreach, and they recommended public education from the media standpoint, and they also recommended choosing the Raise the Blade slogan. Next slide. So we target cities, towns, commercial, and homeowners, and we have reached many, many homeowners. I'll talk about that in a second as to how we have. Commercial, we've been doing quite well working with landscape companies. Really nice to know that many, many landscape companies already follow our practices, and you all are hopefully going to be the first municipality that signs on. Next slide. So our practices that we recommend are cutting the grass to 3 inches, only cutting about 1/3 of the grass blade at each mowing and leaving the clippings on the lawn. Next slide. The reasons for these: longer grass, as you may know, means longer roots, which reduces erosion, holds the soil in place, reaches deeper water in drought. Watering our lawns takes 30% of our water use in the United States. It's pretty astounding. So the more we can do, take steps to reduce our water use would be important. It increases organic matter and increases the permeability, so the absorption of the riser runoff, and it reduces evaporation. It builds that very important soil organic matter, and it obviously gives financial savings in terms of bagging and labor. Next slide. Why cut only a third of the grass? That more quickly decomposes into organic matter. Stronger grass blades, because you're cutting less of the blade at each cutting, it increases disease and pest resistance and preserves the crown, which is the base of the blade. So instead of letting your grass grow really long and then cutting it way down low, you just cut about a third at each mowing. And overall, all you need to do is set your mower at 3 inches. Next slide. So local businesses have offered us research space because we're researching the difference between 2 and 3 inch mowings. And South Burlington is on this. They're no longer participating, and actually the whole research part of it has had to be suspended with COVID, but we will resume it. We've already run it for 3 years, so we've got some preliminary results. Next slide. And what we do is have people, our interns go out and measure things like permeability rates and the quality of the grass and the organic matter in the soil. Next slide. And the part that I'm in charge of is getting local businesses and nonprofits to become part of the Raise the Blade campaign. And it's been fabulous there. All these businesses have joined the campaign, which means, as you will see, that they, many of them will post signs. All of them maintain their lawns with the 3 practices. And many of them also hand out rack cards. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of a Raise the Blade sign at Lake Champlain Chocolates. Next slide. And this is an example of the personalized rack cards that we will make for the businesses, and it has their logo on it, and it basically says we're following this, these practices. This is why. We encourage you as our customers or as our clients to follow them as well, and they're distributed depending on the business, either at the checkout counter or in somebody's office. And so clients and customers can pick them up, take them home, because we have a very strong individual homeowner outreach part to the campaign. Next slide. And we always will take pictures of the signs in front of the businesses and give them a big shout out, thanks, on our Facebook page. Next slide. And we do a lot of tabling. Holly has invited us to come table at Sobu Night Out for 2 or 3 years in a row now, and it's been a lot of fun to get residents to stop by. We hand them a homeowner designed rack card, and we also have rulers that show you where to cut. You can stick it in your lawn. Lots of literature to give them around stormwater runoff and preventing stormwater runoff on your homes and properties. And we've also been at Sobu Night, besides Sobu Night Out, at the Art Hop and the Flower Show and lots of farmers gardens. So we're kind of all over the place. Next slide. We have a website filled with resources around healthy soils, around our campaign, around other resources for how to manage lawns, such as using native plants when you decide that you want to add more plants and have a little bit less lawn. All the science behind healthy soils. So it's a great resource, and we always post a list of all the businesses and communities that are participating in our campaign. Next slide. And that's it. So since January, I've been in conversation with Dave Wheeler about the possibility of South Burlington being a part of the campaign. And our interest in you all is obviously partly because of your population, partly because you have so many residents who have lawns. And one of the reasons that we really like to target municipalities and businesses is you have such a high profile. People are driving around, driving by, and you are also setting an example, which is so wonderful that Dave has, let me know that South Burlington has been following these practices for a while now because they know the benefits to the soil and to stormwater runoff and also to the lawns themselves. The lawns are just plain healthier when you follow these practices. So Dave is totally on board with it. He said we needed to come speak with you at the council, and he said that if the council wishes to sign on to the campaign, I'm reading from his email here, we can confirm that it would not impact Public Works standard operating procedures. So we talked about how if the council approved it and the city joined it, Dave would place signs in strategic locations around the city. We would design the signs together so that we would incorporate the South Burlington logo, the South Burlington template that they use on the rest of their material. So you would have your own personalized signs. And he said that we would discuss it so that the signs didn't obviously get in the way of mowers. And then, let's see, what else? Okay, he also said that he has frequent conversations with members of homeowner associations who want to address fertilizer and chemical use, and that he would connect us with them as well. He did say, as you all know, that there's several areas that can't be maintained at 3 inches, such as sports fields, but that there are several areas in the city that are maintained at 3. So we would just be thrilled and love it if you all would consider approving South Burlington being our first municipality member of the campaign. And what it would involve is my coordinating with Dave the practices, creating the signs for you, also creating rack cards that would have your logo, the city name and your logo on it, that could be made available for any place. There's not as many places now where the public is visiting, but for any place where the public visits, that they could pick up their own cards. And we would definitely give you lots of thanks on our various social media sites. So that's the Raise the Blade campaign.
Thank you, Linda. That was great. It's Dave Kaufman.
Any questions? Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Nice to meet you finally.
You as well.
I actually have a question. What do you mean by you only mow a third? Do you do you do the front yard one day and then you do the side and then you do the back, or?
I know it's my little pet peeve about our message. It's confusing. What it means is you don't want to take too much of the grass blade off at one cutting because it stresses the grass. So you try to mow at intervals where you're just taking a third approximately, give or take, of the height of the grass blade at one mowing.
Got it.
So don't let it grow till 6 and cut it at 3.
Right.
Or yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
With a lot of rain, sometimes that's hard. Tim, do you have a question?
Well, I mean, this is a really simple practice to do for any homeowner and for the commercial mowers and stuff. My question is, why are you focusing on the height of the grass and not on the people that use fertilizer and use too much fertilizer, and then it gets all washed down the storm drain and it all goes down to the lake? Why is that not your focus? Or why would you not be focusing on trying to get people to be more proactive about not using as much 2,4-D in conjunction with their fertilizer? I mean, to me, these are the things that really impact quality of the lake water. So I'm just curious, what's the thought behind that?
So the fertilizer use is an integral part. We had to, and we have a lot on our website and on our Facebook page about fertilizer use. And part of our message is the more you maintain these practices, the less fertilizer you need, especially with the leaving the grass clippings on the lawn, but also the whole concept of healthy soils with the longer roots, with the more organic matter, with the greater, porosity.
Rossi?
Yeah, in the soil, the healthier the lawn is going to be, the less chemical insecticide, pesticide, and fertilizer you're going to need. So that's integrated into our broader message. What we had to do as a campaign is pick one focus. And so on our website, we have a lot of encouragement around that. What we had initially done was offered free soil testing exactly for that reason, so that people would know, how much or how little fertilizer they actually needed. But we had to drop that given a funding, restriction. But that is a very much an integral part of our bigger message. So it's just not part of this particular, and letting the grass grow longer is critical to how much stormwater is absorbed or not. Yeah, so I agree. I agree. It's very important. We're just narrowing it down to one message right now, but they get the other message about the fertilizer every other, at all of our social media sites. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments or questions from council? We don't have this.
One quick comment. Green Mountain Power has a $75 rebate now if you go buy an electric mower, a cordless mower. It upped it from $50 to $75.
Thank you for bringing that up. We want to work more closely with the providers of electric lawnmowers, and I have a whole document on various discounts for electric mowers. And I'm working with Steve Wisbaum, who is a purveyor of electric mowers for commercial purposes. So we want to start working that in. And one of the things we're going to do is start working in only images of electric mowers into whatever social media posts that we have. So thank you for reminding me of that, because that's another big one.
And I believe the city demonstrated last summer or last spring, they tried out a battery powered mower. I don't know what the result is if we bought one or not.
Yeah, that's a dream of mine to have this campaign extend to electric mowers for sure.
Okay, Justin, do you have any comment?
We're
not going to take action tonight because it's not warned for that. But
for the sake of those that might not recognize the name, Dave Wheeler is one of our stormwater engineers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought people knew. Okay.
That's okay. He doesn't get a lot of exposure at the council level. And
Yeah.
Tim, we were, if not for COVID, we were purchasing some electric stuff and that kind of fell apart, but we've been directed to do as such. Thank you.
Great.
That's wonderful.
Great. Megan.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on one of the things you said, Linda. You said something about not pursuing the fertilizer because of the funding issue.
Well, we had part of our focus in the beginning was to offer 100 free tests for soil testing.
Oh,
right. So I would like to incorporate that again as part of it, and I will bring that strong suggestion back to the committee that we need to figure out a way to reintroduce that as another possibility. Yeah.
I see.
Great.
Thank you.
It's a grant-funded campaign.
Well, I appreciate the information, and we'll continue discussing this when we have money to buy electric mowers again. And I believe, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe you do the 3-inch cutting or 4-inch cutting.
Yeah,
right?
unless we get rained out a bunch, we have to catch up. But yes, that is our general practice.
So our hope is that I could work with Dave Wheeler to actually create signs and make the city of South Burlington an official part of the campaign. Is that something that might come out of this meeting, or?
We don't need to have electric lawnmowers to do this, right?
No,
Right.
no, it has
No,
not,
no,
it's not related.
no.
It's more just
Well, it
putting,
sounds like we're already doing it. So if you want to go forward and make some signs with Dave Wheeler, design them. Does anyone have any objections?
Well, I think what you need from us, Linda, is an official endorsement or something.
yes, I mean, it doesn't imply any work from you. We would be the ones to post on Facebook and our website that you have joined. Whenever I do articles, I've done them for the other paper and South Burlington Business Association, we would definitely mention that South Burlington has officially endorsed or joined the campaign.
So do we need, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's really it.
Oh, so do we need to take a formal, we can't vote without warning this, is that right, Helen?
Correct.
So we could potentially put it on the agenda for our next regularly scheduled city council meeting and approve it, is that right?
That is right. Yep.
Okay, so that's what I would like us to do. So that's where we sit, Linda.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Okay, that sounds good. And
I have
Kevin,
one
will you
comment.
just?
I would like to lower the blade on this, please, when I can finally go to somebody to cut my hair.
Right.
Yes. All right. Thank you
I'll get
all
it on the
very, very
agenda
much.
for next
Okay,
week.
thank you very much. That was very informative. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Linda.
Thank you.
Take
All right,
care.
thanks, Dave.
Okay. Moving on, we have now presentation and possible action on the proposed Chittenden Solid Waste District FY21 budget. And Sarah Reeves, is she on?
There is.
There's a couple S's.
Yeah, no, I
Pardon
don't
me?
believe, this is Paul Stabler. Don't believe
Oh,
Sarah,
okay, Paul.
don't believe Sarah's on yet. She's in a meeting, a Winooski meeting, doing the same presentation. So
Oh,
if it's
okay.
possible to delay, that'd be great. If not, then I could cover it, although I'm sure not as well as Sarah can cover it.
We can move on and, well, what's your pleasure? I mean, this isn't
I
huge.
would prefer we delay, but
Okay.
again, I certainly understand.
Do you mean
might
delay
have-
later in this evening? So when she
Yes.
comes on? Okay,
Yes. Yes.
all right. Is that acceptable to the council? Yes, okay. So thank you, Paul. So we'll move on to item 11, which is interviews of applicants for South Burlington boards. We're a little bit early on that. Do you want to skip ahead to the, I don't know, name for the city building? Is that going to take a long time? What do you think?
Let's do the names.
The names of the building. So we'll move on to item 13, council discussion and possible approval of a name for the city building. So Kevin, we're going to talk about this. You
Yeah,
sent
Helen,
us a
thanks.
bunch of names.
This is a staff generated list. I think you've got some input from members of the public as well, but this is quite a long list. So this really is a council decision. You have the authority to name buildings, and we're anxious to get this resolved because it goes to some of the design issues that remain on the building. And so that's why we're asking the council to take this up tonight. You don't have to decide
did
tonight,
not
but
see
we
the
really
list.
would need to have this within the next week or at the most 2.
So where's the list? I did not find the list.
It's in
I
the
must have missed
packet.
In the packet,
It was
Dave.
in the packet.
Oh,
It's
Last 2
page-
pages of the packet.
It's a memo from me, Dave.
Yeah, click the
Yeah.
link.
I
For the
think it's
agenda.
page 82 and 83, the end of the packet. Well, does anyone have any thoughts? I know Sandy Dooley's on the call, and she had a recommendation for a person to honor a South Burlingtonian. Sandy, if you want to make your pitch, it's not on this list, but we can certainly entertain it.
Well, I sent an email to all the city councilors and I think sort of department heads. There was the mention at the bottom of the first page of Kevin's memo about a person of significance to the community, and they mentioned a couple of names of people who never lived in South Burlington. And I was aware of the fact that Consuela Northrop Bailey was a resident of South Burlington, and she represented South Burlington in the legislature. She was the first woman to be the Speaker of the House in Vermont, the House of Representatives, the Vermont House of Representatives. She actually was the second woman to be Speaker of the House in the United States. She was also the first woman to be elected lieutenant governor in the entire United States. I think she was also the first woman to be admitted to practice before the Vermont Supreme Court. And she was born in Fairfield, but at the time of her greatest accomplishments in government, she represented South Burlington. And I just thought she would be a great person to honor by having her name on the building.
Okay, thank you.
And I would appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Other thoughts from council members?
I just want to say I was quite impressed with the history of Consuela, and I think it's a lovely idea that we should further explore. So great suggestion, Sandy.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
I sent Sandy a note back and said, that was an interesting thought. I think that's exactly what I said. But gee, I haven't gone back and given any further thought to any other particular individual names. I'm not sure any of us have. I mean, we don't want to do something and then say, oh man, why didn't we think of that? That person. So I don't know.
The names for your information, Dave, that were in the list, well, the ones that were mentioned that have never lived in South Burlington were Jim Jeffords and Madeline Cunin. The others were Szymanski, Hafter, and Condos. And I think those are the only names that were mentioned.
No, they're not.
Sent you.
Not that I don't like those folks. I just think it's not multi-generational enough to warrant a building name. Too bad nobody wrote us a check for $5 million. That would take care of it.
Did you have your hand up, Megan? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I also appreciated Sandy's suggestion, and we can think about it more. I did look into, at the last meeting, I said that normally things are named after deceased persons, and there was the question of why, and I looked into it more, and it's because it can sometimes generate controversy. So it would be too bad to name a building after someone who's living and then have controversy over it. I think that there's just on this, on what I was reading, that oftentimes government buildings are named after deceased people, unless there's a big donor. And so I think, that we could do that, or we could, I do have to say that I was somewhat moved by the argument for City Hall. I don't know if everyone read that, but how it was really talking the statement, and I don't know who it was, from a member of the staff, that it truly gives kind of some sense that we live in a city, that if you go to a city, there's a city hall. Montpelier has a city hall, for instance, and even city halls can have other entities within it. Like in Montpelier, there's the Lost Nation Theater. I have to say, I also like the South Burlington Downtown Civic Center. However, that was kind of a name that popped out at me. Huh? Too many?
Too many syllables.
So I emailed Secretary Condos about this and just asked his thoughts, because he was heavily involved with this back in the 90s. And he closed his long email with saying, "I would not call the new building City Center, Civic Center, etc. It is a new City Hall! Exclamation point, exclamation point." So for whatever it's worth, Tim Condos thinks it's a City Hall.
Yeah, I was persuaded by that argument too.
Okay. I personally also like the name City Hall. It's pretty simple, but I also am intrigued with Consuela Northrop Bailey. So I kind of want to hold off on making a decision, I think. Tim, did you have a comment, or Dave?
No, I do.
Dave has one.
So, as we, Megan and Helen, as we've been to cities in Europe, every city has a city hall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're called over there. I don't remember a one that wasn't called City Hall. So Megan, help me with that.
Oh, you're right. You're very, very right.
So, I think that's indeed what it is, City Hall. And so I think that works fine. As I said, if we were going to name it after a person, I don't think we can decide that within a week. I think we have to do some more research and make sure we're not forgetting somebody in our past that warrants consideration we haven't thought of yet.
Okay. We're getting some funny feedback. I don't know. Penny, did you want to say something?
I did. I wasn't sure how to get their attention, so I apologize.
Well, you were waving and I saw you. Okay.
Yes, it's Penny Tompkins. I just wanted to say I think Sandy's contribution to the conversation was really valuable, and I happen to have read the woman's history. She does have a marker on the corner of Swift and Spear
Right.
yeah, Swift and Spear. Yeah. And just if you go after the idea of naming a person, she certainly seems like a very influential Vermonter worth honoring. So
yeah, her house used to be where the new house was built, where Cat Clear had the iron elephant several years ago out front, if you remember.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it used to be a long white building with a little sunroom attached on the end.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And it was rented for quite a while, but there was a yard sale there, and I went once, and then the person that was there, I can't remember his name, gave me the whole history of Ms. Bailey. So.
Right.
Can I add that, you could always have it Bailey City Hall too. I like the educational and historical component with having something about her. You could have a plaque where you go in the entry area to talk about who this person is. She doesn't.
Well, that certainly would inform a lot of people who live in South Burlington about some of our, history that they don't know about.
Right.
Well, what do you want to do, gang? Do you want to make it as a Tim?
I want to propose 2 more names.
Okay.
This one's really complicated, so pay attention now. City Hall Center. Okay, that was the easy one. And the second one is a fun one. It's Market 180. Well, it's like Price Chopper, Market 32, but it's 180. Okay, so it's
like a bar.
No. Okay,
Next thing you know, you're gonna have people coming in for groceries, for God's sake.
But City Hall Center has a good ring to it. But I like the Bailey biography as well. But we need to talk about it. You don't want to call it the Altogether Center, even though that's kind of applicable.
And no Sobu.
No Sofu.
Kevin, is it helpful if we coalesce around City Hall and then leave if there's any precursor to that for another discussion, or do you want more clarity tonight?
You got to name the thing.
No, we don't do it tonight. We could take till next Monday, you said.
Yeah, we'll give you till next Monday if you want to think about it for another week. But you got to make a decision here shortly.
And do we have big money on the hook that possibly want to name this thing, or that's not even an option?
No.
Okay,
No.
fair enough.
We need somebody to vet Ms. Bailey really thoroughly, because if she was involved in, let's say, a eugenics movement in 1925, it's going to come out, and then we're going to have made a big mistake, right?
Point.
So,
Good point.
She was born in 1930.
Okay, so when she was 3 years old, I don't know. But the point is that
She was an avid eugenics person.
always take some risk when you put somebody's name on it. Just keep that in mind.
Well, do you want to do a little more investigation on Bailey's life, and if there's anything she voted for that would come back to haunt us? And then make a decision next Monday? It sounds like City Hall is going to be in there somewhere. I don't like Market 180, so I would vote no on that.
Oh,
I don't think City Hall Center, Hall and Center are they're too synonymous.
That's
It's either
true.
City Hall or City Center, not
Well,
called City
you
Hall
got City
Center. What
Center.
makes you say that?
Well, City Center Hall.
you have, yeah, I didn't, you have, City Hall is a thing and it's in City Center. So I'm thinking City Hall Center because it's the center of everything and City Hall's in there, you know what I mean? So anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what
We-
you mean.
Personally,
Well-
I think we ought to do just plain City Hall or do
How about
some
the
more
Bailey
investigation
Center at City
and go
Hall?
with Bailey City Hall.
Bailey Center at City Hall.
Too many words. I think the potential idea of naming it after somebody is wonderful. I think City Hall is about as clean as we could possibly make it. And so, so in all due respect, I think maybe I'm on the side of City Hall. I mean, if it was good enough for almost every capital in Europe, why isn't it good enough for us in South Burlington?
We do have precedent for naming it after citizens. What is the DPW building? The Sonny Audette building?
It is.
I mean, it could be City Hall, and I still support the recognizing the historic accomplishments of Consuela Northup Bailey. If it's the Consuela Northup Bailey City Hall, and Consuela Northup Bailey is always in smaller font, I think we still accomplish both ends, but I'm not really married to this.
I think there are other naming rights inside the building that you're eventually going to have to deal with too. I mean, Ms. Bailey's history is prominent, and it could be the auditorium, it could be the library, it could be the town offices as well. We could still
That's a great point, Kevin.
So what is your, Michael?
Yeah, well, it's not only a city hall because it's a city hall and a library and a community center. So maybe we should make it a bit wider. And I'm looking at City Center Place as one of the options for what it's worth.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I like that too. Well,
I just don't want any association with Burlington's hole in the ground. That's my only objection to having the word place in it.
oh,
Okay, let's come back to it and finalize it next Monday. We can all think about it.
all right,
we
we'll
have
be
a
ready to
restriction?
vote next Monday because we got to
Do we
make a
have a
decision.
Restriction.
there a way- Is there a way
Paul-
to get more community input? I mean, can we get some outreach during the week to get community input on this? Because it's only,
Well, I mean, I think
Plenty of-
anyone who's listening can either email us or connect with us.
all right, well,
Unfortunately, time is sort of essence, and I don't know how long. Tom Hubbard probably knows how long it took to change the name or get the name for Veterans Memorial Park. That was a committee that came up with that and came to the council. But this is really our building in City Center. So I think we're stuck with making the decision.
Ellen, can I make a suggestion?
Certainly, yes, you can, Sue.
Why not name it City Center and then name the things inside of it, the City Hall and the library and the senior center for various people?
Well, that's a possibility too.
Because it really is a city center for several uses.
I think that has a lot of merit, Sue.
Well, we got this list. There's another something to think about. Be ready to make a decision next Monday.
Are you having a meeting next Monday?
We are.
Okay.
Do the
so that's
special meeting.
An extra meeting? I take it?
Yes, it's in, yeah, it just has 2 items. Now it has 3.
Oh, okay. The only point I'd like to make is if you get into making names for all the other parts of the building, I really don't think we have anyone historically that whose accomplishments come anything close to Consuela Northrop Bailey. That's subjective, I'm sure, but I do think she really has a very strong record of accomplishment.
Thank you. Okay. All right, peoples, let's go back to the next is Sarah Reeves on board yet?
I think Michelle Morris showed up.
Yeah, Sarah Reeves was going to do the solid waste. I don't see an SR.
This is Michelle Morris from CSWD. Sarah is on her way. She was just released from the Winooski Town Select Board meeting.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for her to arrive, do you want to start with some of the interviews? Because some of those people are on deck. Would that be okay for the council?
Works for me.
Oh, yep. Okay. So volunteer applications. The first one up is Brian James. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Vince.
James Langen.
Oh.
I think that's the first one in my packet. Does someone have something
packet
different?
has Vince
Oh, wait,
first.
no, you're right. Excuse me. I got to the end of it. So who was it? Vince Balder?
Vince? Yeah.
Is Vince here?
Thank you. I am here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So Vince,
Good.
you're interested in applying for the affordable housing. So
That's
we
correct.
all know you pretty well. Tell us why you think we should put you on that committee.
Well, I've done a lot of things for volunteer work for the city over the years, but that one in particular is of interest to me. In the last 10 years, I've worked on various interim zoning things like the open space thing, the Sustainable Ag Committee a while ago. Because of interest I've had going back literally 40 years in housing, which eventually resulted in our building our own house. And then some of my work with students in homeless shelters in Kentucky and Florida and DC. And some research that I've done on redlining, racial steering, and legitimacy in community voluntary associations. I've got a lot of interest in that phenomena. I also am, dedicated to preserving natural resources, and to the extent that that's possible, while balancing it with some growth. And I worked on the working group just recently. We've just finished our report called "The Case for Housing," and so it fits in with my interests. And I love the opportunity to serve.
Okay, you're well aware of how often they meet and the time commitment.
And conveniently, they don't. Yes, conveniently they don't meet at night, which is very hard for someone who likes to fall asleep at about 9 o'clock at night. They meet during the day, and so that's very convenient for me. Yes.
Great. Any questions by other council members? Tim, are you raising your hand? No? Okay. And when you think of affordable housing, this committee is focused on affordable housing, but you have a broader scope when you think about housing?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's really a committee, I hope, that looks at stimulating housing in South Burlington to respond to some of the regional demands and some of the needs. And some of the housing would be affordable by the legal definition. Some of it might not be. I believe the the filtering theory of housing has a lot of credibility. And so I think when we think about building housing or allowing housing in South Burlington, we should think more broadly than just the housing that is defined by the statistical definition of what's affordable. Because more housing at every level it makes housing more affordable, almost by definition. There's some, that's not a perfect fit, but yeah.
Okay, are there other comments or questions? Are you understand our process then? We have lots of interviewees to speak to, and then we will vote and make a decision and an announcement, okay?
Absolutely, I understand.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I understand that, whoops, wait a minute. I'm blanking on your name, the person right there. Who, for the solid waste district? Sarah, is it Sarah Reeves? Is it Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, you have arrived, so why don't we go back to that? So we kind of stay the course on our agenda. Now I'm trying to find it.
And
So
this is Paul Stabler. Before Sarah starts, I just wanted to express my great, deep appreciation to Sarah and the entire Solid Waste District staff for the fantastic response to the COVID-19 pandemic that has happened, and that they took quick action to protect themselves, the staff, as well as the public. And they've managed the challenges of this pandemic very well. So just wanted to go on record to say that. So, but I'll turn it over to Sarah for the presentation on the budget.
okay, thank you. And Sarah, I think we have, let's see, how many minutes? About 20 minutes for presentation and any questions, and then our time to vote.
Great,
So
thank you
take it
very
away.
much. Thank you. And thank you to Paul for, agreeing to continue to serve the city of South Burlington as our representative, your representative to our board. And he's really, continues to be a great source of counsel for me, and really appreciate that you feel as strongly about his representation as we do. So thank you. So again, thank you. My name is Sarah Reeves. I'm the Executive Director for the Chittenden Solid Waste District. And the Solid Waste District is an 18-member regional district that was formed by the 18 cities and towns of Chittenden County, and back in 1987 to manage the solid waste generated by all the entities that live and work and play in Chittenden County. And as you can imagine, this next budget, this fiscal 21 budget, is a bit not like what we had thought we were going to bring to you. So what we did this year in your packet looks a little bit different. And what I sent to you was what I sent to my board. So I really wanted our members our member municipalities to understand the thought process behind what we've done and what we're presenting and what we're asking for, and what we intend to do. So we felt it was important for everyone to have that background. So as a reminder right out of the gate, CSWD does not send a bill to any one of our member towns or cities for the services that we provide. We do not assess any per capita fees. We do not take any taxes from, there's no tax bill that we send to you. We don't take any, make any assessments. And we have basically three main sources of revenue to support our services. So those are outlined, and thank you for bringing up that chart. That is a perfect representation of our key sources. So one is our solid waste management fee, and that is the fee that is charged to the haulers for each ton of trash that they bring for disposal to Coventry, or if they're bringing it to another facility, they are charged $27 per ton. And that portion makes up, as you can see, approximately 28% of our total revenue. The vast majority of our revenue comes from what we call tipping or user fees. And those are the fees that are charged at our facilities that we operate for material disposal. So we either own or operate, or both, drop-off centers, a materials recovery facility, which is where the blue bin recycling goes to be sorted. We have an organics diversion facility, also known as Green Mountain Compost. We have an environmental depot where we manage our household hazardous waste. So there we charge user fees, and that is, again, about 51% of our revenue. And another percent, which has gotten smaller this year, which shouldn't be a surprise, as I've talked to you a lot about how the recycling markets have been fairly volatile for the past 2 years, but that other portion is material sales. So that is from revenue from the sale of recycling, of local colored paint, of compost and topsoil and those products, and other products that we may resell to the public, such as compost bins. We make a small amount from there as well. So I've included for you a revenue snapshot for is a look back, and then what we're anticipating for fiscal 21. And again, a big caveat is that these are the numbers as we're comfortable with them right now. This next fiscal year budget is going to require constant monitoring, monthly monitoring, probably some readjustments as we go along. So it is, again, our best estimates. Now, we've based those estimates on some true analysis. So where we focused on was, where are we seeing reductions in tonnage, and reduction in revenue, essentially. And we took a look at statewide estimates. We took a look at county-specific projections. We talked to folks in the hospitality industry. We talked to folks in the institutions at UVM, or the large commercial generators. We talked to haulers. And then we looked to our own database that we've been keeping for well over a decade. And we used those estimates to come to basically a 25 to 30% reduction in the tonnage that would be subject to the solid waste management fee. So we factored that in. We're assuming that about 40% of Chittenden County restaurants, for example, will not reopen to full capacity, and we're seeing that happening now. We're estimating another 15% maybe will not reopen at all. And again, these estimates are based on what we were thinking even 3 weeks ago, and it's changing as we go. We are assuming residential waste generation will slow, but it will not go away. Trash and recycling will continue to be produced. The materials recovery facility never closed. In fact, we had to add people on to sort the additional bottles and cans as the redemption centers closed. So the compost facility never closed. Food scraps continue to be generated. So we know that that's going to keep going on. The July 1 deadline, the food scrap ban at the landfill, that is, as of today, is still on. So we know people will be continuing to need resources for that. And so that material has never slowed down. So we do know that larger generators of that material, we're again assuming about a 15 to 20% reduction there on the food scraps as well. Our tip fees, though, we're anticipating will go up. And that is, it's not that the tip fees are going up, but the revenue will. We raised the tipping fee at the materials recovery facility already in March, and we're holding that steady through the fiscal year. We are also holding steady the tip fee at the compost facility throughout fiscal 21 at $60 a ton. We are, again, also holding that $27 a ton solid waste management fee. That is holding steady. And what we're anticipating for the drop-off centers, so when we closed everything down due to COVID and then reopened Williston and reopened Essex, we implemented the flat fee. So $10 flat fee per visit for between 1 and 4 bags or barrels up to 45 gallons of trash. And you can put your recycling as well, food scraps, bring that in as well for that $10. Between 5 and 8 was $20. We still have that flat fee system in place, and we're anticipating keeping that in place for the next reopenings of the drop-off centers that we're planning over the course of the next 6 weeks. So until things truly settle down a little bit, we're going to maintain that flat fee, but it is temporary. So we will be going back to what had been our January, February, March, what we consider kind of our normal fee schedule with the bags, different bag prices, etc. But for right now, the flat fee system that we've implemented, which some of our customers actually have told us that they prefer because they realized when they did the math, they could save money. That is staying in place until, again, we get to a newer version of what the next normal will look like. So we are seeing a reduction, temporary reduction in revenue there, but we'll most likely recover it once that scheme goes back to normal. On the expenses, you'll see that you know, some of our expenses have gone up quite a bit, and really the biggest one is on materials management. And when we say materials management, that is movement of materials, where we're sending either material to recycling to market, or we're sending trash to landfill. And our largest single item that we are budgeting, the largest increase is on moving glass and processed glass aggregate out to market. So we've had to budget $300,000 to get glass to market. That's a huge hit. So we are actively, desperately looking for ways to reduce that line item, because that's a significant amount of money that we don't want to have to spend, but are budgeting it in case we do. We had a significant increase in the cost to move glass to market this year. And going down further in the packet, we do talk about cuts that we made. Again, our January budget looks quite a bit different than the one that our board passed this past week. And we did, I think, a similar analysis that every municipality has done, and cutting out travel, training, some legal services, transportation charges that could be cut were cut, grants that could be cut were cut, you know, printing costs, advertising, all of that, dues, subscriptions, eliminated. So, and we also made some cuts to capital. One of the items that we did not touch is the community cleanup fund. And there are no cuts to that community cleanup fund. That is the fund that every municipality has to use for different cleanup purposes, greener purposes, waste reduction purposes within your community. So prospective projects and ideas will go through, obviously, you know, the select board would have a say, but we'll go through Paul as your commissioner, and he would then make the request on the communities on South Burlington's behalf. So those funds are intact and have not been touched. Some of the services will be reduced just in general, as far as some outreach and communication services. We're looking to do more efficient services as far as offering additional services online. One of the efficiencies that we're looking to do, and one of the reasons that we went to the flat fee, was to try to reduce handling change, physical coinage, and making change in bills. So we are actively pursuing credit card services for our drop-off centers. It was in the budget for this year, and then had to be back burner, but it is now front burner again as well. So as we're opening up the facilities, adding credit card services is a big goal for the very near term. So that will, you know, again, help with not needing to make change, and our customers have been asking for it for years. So we're going to do it. So we feel that this budget is conservative, realistic. We know that there are areas that if we need to continue to cut, we have the ability to do so. Our capital program was divided into two phases, a first priority chunk and a second priority. So the number one first priority of that first priority list on the capital is continuing to make improvements at the compost facility at Green Mountain Compost. Our switch to wholesale and bulk has reaped tremendous benefits. They are doing fantastic sales, as many compost areas are seeing around the country. People are building their victory gardens. They're back in the soil, and it's so we have seen tremendous sales there, and realize a lot of efficiency in moving to this wholesale system. So we are continuing to invest in that, and we have a grant from A&R to help us with that. So that will be moving forward. And some of the other capital projects will be taking a hard look at to see if they can't be deferred or if they're necessary at all. Our bottom line does leave us slightly short. And again, it's conservative, but if we're looking at the numbers coming in where we anticipate, and before making additional cuts, which we probably could do throughout the year, we're looking at about $80,000 short. It's 0.7% of our budget. So where I proposed to our board to make up that shortfall is from the solid waste management fee rate stabilization fund. Now, we've been putting money into that fund for the past 5 years. So there's definitely enough money in there to cover any shortfall so that we don't have to raise that solid waste management fee to cover our operations. So that is where we intend to, essentially like a rainy day fund, that's where we intend to make up that shortfall. So that is my general sort of brief, that's a brief overview of where we are, and I'm happy to answer and accept any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council members? I can't see any pictures, so I don't know.
Tim is asking.
Okay, Tim.
Hi, Sarah, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm not bad, and I appreciate all the hard work that the CSWD has put in trying to maintain operations during the pandemic. I really appreciate it, and I have made use of your $10 per 4-bag drop off, and it's amazingly efficient and fast, and I appreciate it.
Good.
You said that you were spending close to $300,000 trying to dispose of your glass. Is that what I heard?
That's right. That is the charge that we're anticipating if we need to continue to bring our glass to a recycler in Massachusetts.
So that's mostly a transportation fee?
It is the transportation fee and then their tip fee once we get there.
What do they do with it?
They then further clean it up, and then they will separate it out, and then they will sell it on to others who can then make other things into it, whether it's fiberglass or aggregate or any number of uses.
Right. We don't have any solutions like that in Vermont, huh?
Nothing in Vermont. We do occasionally have some access to the Canadian market. That is hit or miss, quite frankly. We do, in better weather, have Vermont outlets. So when basically our issues are in the wintertime, it's just harder to dry out the material to get it to where we're, suitable for use at the quarry. So we have to look for other recycling outlets. But in the better weather, we're able to get it to a beautiful processed glass aggregate, and then we bring the material to Whitcomb's quarry. And so we love the warmer weather for that reason.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Any other questions, comments? I guess we need to approve it, right?
Yes, please.
I will move to approve the CSWD budget.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Or are there any other, is there any further discussion? Okay, I will call the roll. Tim?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Megan?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so we have passed that unanimously. Thank you very much. That was, we all know how hard those budgets are with the unknowns ahead of us. So it looks like you've whittled things down and made some good priority choices. And fortunately, you have a little bit of a reserve to cover the things you can't cut.
That's
One
right.
quick question for Sarah.
Certainly.
When do you think you'll be able to start taking metal recycling again from residential homes?
So that's a great question. And so we have basically a decision matrix and decision tree that we've been using both for facility reopening and for materials acceptance. And one of the key factors in which materials to take, there are a couple of key factors. One is, are there alternatives to our service? And because in Chittenden County, we do have other metals recyclers, that put metal at a little bit lower priority than some other items that are landfill banned. For example, like e-waste and clean wood, leaf and yard, back when leaf and yard was needed a few weeks ago. So as far as taking metals at the drop-off centers, that will come a little bit later in the process. If you are using the Williston drop-off center, though, All Metals is right next door. So if you happen to go during the week, they're open and they will take it. They are happy to take it. There are also other metals recyclers in the county, and that list is on our website. But that's really where the decision went, was what places, what materials have alternatives and which ones don't. So for the ones that don't, we focus there.
And when you start to take credit cards, will there be a minimum charge?
Oh, that's a great question. And I hadn't considered that, which probably means no. But now that you said it, we really hadn't factored that in. I doubt it, but.
Because those credit card companies, I mean, their percentage they take will just kill you. I just want to, as much as I would love to be able to use a credit card, I'd love to have a prepaid gift card that I could come by and swipe every time, buy a $20 card and swipe it every time I use it.
That's an interesting thought too. That's a very interesting thought. Huh. Okay, I'll bring that back to the group as well.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't think we'll have a minimum charge, but it will be something to look at. This first year, we know we're going to be needing to learn a lot more about how much it is costing, but we know there's such a demand. We just have to do it. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all your efforts and what you do for all of us.
Thanks very much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone.
You
Good
are
night.
welcome. Good night. So we'll go back to interviewing people, applicants for different commission, board, and committees. And the next one up is Michael Mittag. And Michael, you're interested in continuing on the Planning Commission. So I think, is Michael there? Looks
Helen, looks like he might have stepped away for a moment.
Okay, well, then we'll move on to Dan Albrecht. I see you're here.
Yep.
So you're interested in, is your first choice planning and your second DRB, or don't you care?
I guess first choice would be Planning Commission, I guess.
Okay, all right. And we certainly are familiar with you, and you have a very long and impressive resume. Can you tell us just, in the short paragraph?
Yeah, I guess the short version is I'll have more available time to dedicate towards the committee. My youngest daughter's graduating in another 2 weeks. And as you know, I come to various meetings here and there and try to speak up, and I figure I should volunteer in or participate in a more official capacity if you'll have me. And yeah, just professionally and personally interested in how the city develops, and also taking the concepts of what people want for the city and translating them into either documents or plans that the Planning Commission sets, and then the DRB, of course, would be a more direct role of interpreting the land development regulations. So yeah, that's the gist of it. I've thought about it over the years, but with two still teenagers, but one pretty busy the last few years. So now that time is freed up. So I figure I should step up.
Okay. Other questions by council members?
I'll just say, Dan, this is a very thorough resume, a very relevant experience. I'm quite impressed.
Well, we apply for a lot of grants at regional planning, so I try to have a resume that can cover any potential grant we might be administering. So
I have a question just in terms of your role at CCRPC and a role on a planning commission for South Burlington. If there, how would you handle the possibility of CCRPC having goals and recommendations that may not be the best choice for South Burlington?
All right. Well, I think in terms of,
I mean, I can't think of an example, but just the
yeah, I think, I mean,
conflict.
I would certainly bring a regional perspective, I think, because it's the job I've been doing for 16 years. Although to some extent within the realm of the tasks that I work on have been water quality work, cultural heritage tourism, brownfields redevelopment. Haven't really been involved very much with writing our ecos plan, as it were. You know, it's not one of my tasks and all that. So I think I would bring an awareness of what the Regional Planning Commission is doing, but I don't really have a lot of personal involvement during my workday with the ecos plan or advocating for it or things like that. It's not really in my portfolio of things. You know, within the Planning Commission, that's, you know, it's ideally a consensus document. And then if it's the DRB, you know, the LDRs are going to set the boundaries for what the DRB does. You know, so I don't think it would come up I think if there was anything that was a little sticky wicket, I'd talk to the chair of the DRB, talk to the council members, and talk to Charlie Baker, my boss, about, you know, is it something I should recuse myself on a particular point of discussion, things like that. So.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right. Well, I thank you for your interest. You certainly do bring lots of experience and background to planning. So, and I appreciate your willingness to volunteer your time. And we will consider you for both planning and the DRB. I can't remember how many openings each one has, but we thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right.
Thank you, council members.
You are welcome. Michael Mittag still isn't back. Let's see. We'll go to Jessica Luisos. Is she's on? I think I saw her.
I am. Hi
there. Okay. And you're interested in continuing on the Planning Commission.
I am.
We certainly know of you and your work. So is there, you know, anything special you'd like to point out and what drove you to commit? Are you going for the 2-year seat or the 3-year? I don't know.
I'm actually not sure which. I'm continuing my current seat. I think it's 3.
Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, whatever, however many years it is.
Yeah, I believe it's 3. Well, I feel like there's a lot of unfinished business that would be nice to be able to continue to see through. And, you know, I'm really excited about the work that we're doing right now. And I feel like there's just another push to get quite a few things kind of wrapped up and over to you. It'd be nice to be able to continue to work on and see implemented. So, you know, it's actually been a nice break to be able to kind of reflect back on, you know, my involvement and do I want to continue? And yeah, I think I'm very excited to continue to volunteer.
Great. Well, you certainly know the time commitment.
I do.
Let's just reappoint her now. She's good to go.
Yeah. Are there any other tough questions by council members?
Yes, I have a very tough question. Are you familiar with how often the planning commission meets and can you
Yeah,
meet that schedule?
I am familiar. Yes, I think
Good.
I can do it.
All right.
Okay. Well, we all thank you for your service. I personally have enjoyed your leadership on the commission, and we have to go through the process because there's a couple openings. But thank you. I very much appreciate that you're willing to continue to serve.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions for us?
I do
Probably
not.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good night.
Thanks.
Okay. Next one is Tricia Streetman. I had a hard time reading this, making it big enough, and then I couldn't read anything.
Yep.
Is
I'm
Tricia
here.
on board? Hi there.
Hi.
And you're Public Art Selection Committee. You've been on it and you want to continue.
Yes. Been on it for 4 years. I feel like we've got a great group of people, and it's been really enjoyable trying to figure out what to bring to South Burlington.
Mm-hmm. What's up next?
We're working with a gentleman who's doing a clock for the library.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Which is going to be really cool. It's stained glass, and he's quite amazing, this fella. He actually designed the clock that was at FAO Schwartz in New York City. It's not there anymore, but that wonderful clock. Anyway, it's going to be fun to see how that comes out. So
good.
Hopefully soon,
Yeah. Any questions by other council members? Okay. We got some thumbs up. So thank you very much for your interest, your hours that you spend making our city more beautiful.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mary Ann Young. And she's interested in serving on the Board of Trustees for the library. Is Mary Ann on? I don't see an MY. No? Okay. How about William Sudby? He's interested in Recreation and Park Committee or the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, great. Hi. Welcome.
How are you?
We're well.
Good.
So,
Tom, great to see you.
tell us a little bit about yourself. You're
Yeah,
kind of new to this.
I'm doing great, and just wanted to say good evening to fellow South Burlington City Councilors, and I, really appreciate you receiving my application for both the Recreation and Park Committee and Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. I also want to thank all of you for your ongoing efforts to address the COVID-19 pandemic in our community. And I appreciate all the hard work and dedication that you as public officials, our first responders, and our frontline workers are doing to support our community. So I've been a resident for Chittenden County for 25 years now. Graduated from the University of Vermont in 2018. And I've been working down in Montpelier for the Vermont Attorney General, which has been a great experience. And I've settled down in South Burlington. And I just think with the ongoing situation, I just want to really get involved with, my community here in South Burlington. Originally born and raised in Shelburne. Obviously, through the years growing up, as a child, student, and athlete, I've greatly benefited from these parks and bicycle paths, whether it be Szymanski, playing with friends, or Cairns to play soccer and whatnot. But I, look forward to working with South Burlington residents and providing, a young and fresh perspective and also trying to tie mental health into it and encouraging people to get outside, as well as it, supporting the health and well-being of all South Burlington residents, especially, during this crisis. I think it's been a great resource for South Burlington residents and community members to utilize, whether it be parks or walking infrastructure. And, I look forward to working with you and finding meaningful solutions and developing strategies to address future needs for South Burlington's community. So I just, really thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, you identified 2 committees. Is one, on the first line is Rec and Park Committee. Is that your first choice?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Are you familiar when we eventually can get back meeting and be a little bit past the COVID scare right now? Are you familiar with how often the committees meet, and is that the kind of time you have to?
Yep, I 100% have the time to commit, and look forward to working with other constituents in my community, as well as whoever makes up the members on the committee. But have the total amount of time, if not more, to allocate in my schedule.
Any questions by anyone else? Just one last one. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
So, Mike and Penn, are you I'm sorry, did I interrupt you, Tom? Are you an avid bike rider or a runner?
I usually use the Burlington bike path. Very familiar with that as a UVM student. But always playing basketball. I'm a huge hiker, actually. But going on bike rides with friends, going to parks and stuff like that. We obviously do that a lot more in the summer. But road biking, not specifically. But yes, so biking, yeah. But
have you hit the large pothole at the intersection of Spear and North Jefferson yet?
No, I haven't. I have not. I saw that was filled in though, so I appreciate that.
Good.
Yeah.
Tom, did you have a comment or question?
That was my question about the pothole. So you got.
Oh, okay. I have just one last question in terms of the skills that you might bring to a committee process, and what are particular strengths of yours?
Yeah, definitely. So I had the pleasure of serving on the University of Vermont Student Government Association for 2 years. I was elected chair as Legislative and Community Affairs Committee. And I also co-chaired the Office of Student and Community Relations. So I was the liaison between the UVM students and the neighbors of the Hill section in Burlington. And then also past that, I also did the Burlington Police Community Academy to get more familiar with their practices there. But during my time at UVM, I was chair, so I was, technically managing, but also working collaboratively with 4 other students with very busy schedules to do community cleanups in the Hill section, planting flags for Veterans Day, as well as hosting meetings every Friday with Gail Shamnoy, who you may know, who's the Director of Office and Student and Community Relations up at UVM. So very used to setting timetables, clear objectives, and getting things done for your constituents and working on committees I'm very familiar with.
Great. Okay. Well, it's was a pleasure meeting you and hearing your interest. We appreciate your willingness to volunteer. Our process is that we have quite a few more applications tonight, and then I think we have another round in 2 weeks, and then we will compile all that and make our decisions and let you know.
All righty.
So it might be 2 weeks away.
All righty. Well, I really
Okay.
appreciate the time tonight, and hope everyone's doing well. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Michael isn't back yet. All right. William Barber, is he on board? WB, I see a WB. And William is interested in Parks and Recreation Committee as well. So William, are you there?
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can.
Beautiful. Can you see me too, or?
Not yet. Have you hit the
Hold on.
little
Hit the camera icon.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh. There we Hey, Nance, you want to help me? Can you still hear me?
we
Yes.
we can hear you. So
I can't. Oh, I get to. Okay. I'm here. I'm not sure if you can see me, but we'll just go for it.
Do you have a shutter on your camera? Like a little cover?
I think so.
okay. Well, why don't you
That's all right. We'll just go with the sound. That's fine. That's
okay. Okay. So tell us why you would like to serve on Parks and Rec and what kind of skill. Oh, there you are. I see your floor
Or desk?
or desk. Getting there.
Yeah.
We'll see your whole house. This is great.
But where are you?
That one.
Yeah.
So, hold on, we're working on this.
Right.
Turn it around the other way, right?
Move to the other side of the table.
Ah.
There, I see your arm. Okay, just up a little bit.
How about now?
Keep going.
A little tiny bit
Keep going.
more. A little tiny bit more. Yes, we
Yay.
see you. Perfect. Okay. Well, welcome. All right. So why
Yes.
don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what skills you would bring to Parks and Rec Committee and why you want to serve.
Sure. So my wife and I moved or bought a townhouse here at Dorset Village, right behind Veterans Park, back in January of 2019. And we moved up here full-time in September. I have attended a couple of the Recreation Committee meetings just to get involved. As you can see from my resume, I have around 35 years of experience running a Parks and Rec department. About 30 of those are with the Broome County Department of Parks and Recreation in Binghamton, New York. It's a countywide park system which had campgrounds, lakes, beaches, trails, whatever. I did some other things. I was also deputy county executive for a while, oversaw public works, parks, solid waste, engineering, those kinds of things, airport. But my last 5.5 years in the city of Binghamton, I took over as commissioner of parks for the city of Binghamton Parks, ran that for 5.5 years. That included a golf course, a zoo, 5 outdoor swimming pools, 2 carousels, 20-some ball fields and basketball courts or whatever. So it was a full service. Oh, and also a senior center. I've also been president of the New York State Parks and Rec Society. So I have a lot of experience in the Parks and Rec field. We moved up here as a result of my daughter and son-in-law and my 2 grandchildren. And I'd like to get involved in the community, and I think I could help out. I've got a lot of experience, both in the Parks and Rec field, but also in public works and other areas as well.
Great. Okay. You do have a lot of experience. This is just a little corner of Binghamton in terms of size. Yeah. Are there any other questions that council members have? We've been to the meeting, so What do you think what's the most important thing you think they need to work on?
So actually, I would say most of my experience, I think I'm best at is facilities. I mean, obviously with the city of Binghamton, we ran all kinds of programs, but I think my strength is in facilities, and I actually have gone to all of your facilities, and it's a matter of time and money. I realize that. One of the big things I think a problem that I see is the fact that all of the parks part of it, the maintenance part, is pretty much done through Public Works, and Public Works, I'm sure, does the best they can with, you know, with the resources they have. But I just think it really should be a Parks and Recreation Department, so you have control over the fields and when a game's going to be played or canceled or mowed or fixed or whatever. So I can just see there's a need for the facility part of, you have beautiful facilities, but there's definitely a need to work on them and know how to handle those.
Okay. Tom.
Do you have any strong opinions on municipally owned and managed pools?
Well, when I was with the county, we had lakes. We had 3 major lakes with swimming and so forth. But the city of Binghamton, we actually had 6 pools. We eliminated 1 and put in a spray pad. But we ran 5 other pools, 3 large pools and 2 smaller ones. They're very expensive. The cost to maintain them, the motors, the pumps, the chlorine, and also the bigger thing is the with lifeguards. So I'm not against that or having a community center or whatever. I'm just saying it's a very expensive proposition.
Okay.
But I
Well,
definitely,
thank you.
I have experience on maintaining them and whatever. So, and
right.
my wife and I do want to get involved in the community, and I just thought I could help out.
Super. Well, we really appreciate your interest and in volunteering. And again, the process, I think you were on the call when I went through the process with the gentleman before you.
Yep.
We'll interview everyone and then have a discussion and let people know what our decision is. Okay.
Sounds great. Yep. Sounds great. Look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your interest. Super.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Michael, you're back. So I would have interviewed you a long time ago.
I did not get any notice about being interviewed tonight, but let's do it.
Okay, well, your application for planning commission. So we certainly know you and we know your interest in that. Why should we reappoint you?
Well, I've been on the commission for 2 years now, and was a fairly steep but interesting learning curve. And I now feel that I can contribute much more than I did in the beginning, because I know a lot more. And I'm particularly interested in having the commission consider climate change mitigation in its deliberations, among other things, because that's probably one of the most important things we're all going to face in the coming years. At my age, probably it's not very important, but for all you younger ones and my children and grandchildren, it is vitally important. So I hope to contribute a lot more in that sense and put into practice and to good use what I've learned over the last couple of years. And I think the Planning Commission does very important work. And I think I'd like to see the commission focus more on the future. Unfortunately, it is required to deal with a lot of matters that come up in the present, but I'd like to see it a little bit more forward-looking, and I hope that I can influence it in that way. So
Okay.
I'd like to contribute that to the Planning Commission and
All
to
right.
the city. and to the citizens of South Burlington.
Okay. Are there other questions by council members? Okay. Well, again, I thank you for your service and appreciate that you came back to the camera so we could interview you. And
Thank you for your consideration and time.
well, you're welcome. All righty. Thank you very much. The next is James Langdon, who is interested in the Development Review Board, I guess continuing. James, where are you?
I'm here.
Mr.
You
J.
can hear me. I think I'm going to get a video here soon. There we are. I think.
Yeah, you have to hit the little icon. It looks like a.
Working on it. All right, there we are.
Okay.
That work?
No, we can hear you.
Oh, I'll try again. That
Oh,
work?
there you go. Oh,
all right, great.
All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
So, you're interested in continuing. So, and we're aware of your lawyerly experiences, which you bring to the board's deliberation, which is very helpful, I suspect. What do you see as the biggest issues for the DRB moving into the future? And how would you be a good candidate to help address those?
Yeah, those are two big questions. I mean, I think, the biggest issue, I think there's, the main issue is just, the job is to know the city's regulations, to work with the staff, and to be able to sort of interpret those and make decisions. So that's sort of a continuing issue. But I think what I see in my 11 months of experience with this is that, I think there could be a little more closer connection between the DRB and the Planning Commission. I know, or at least I think that in Burlington, at least in the past, they've had sort of an annual meeting between the two groups to sort of discuss the interaction, since the DRB is, interpreting and applying the regulations that the Planning Commission creates. I think having that sort of dialogue would be important. And my sense in my first 11 months is that dialogue maybe is not there. So I think that's something that could be that could be improved. As far as biggest issue, it's sort of fast and furious, at least given my schedule as a father of two young kids. I have a lot of respect for for all of you on the council, because I know that commitment's even bigger, but also just for the staff. Marla's terrific, and that kind of there's a lot of volume, and they're complex projects, and there's a lot to go through. So that's, I think, also just a big challenge for any individual that joins the board.
Okay. Other questions by council members?
Yeah, Jim, this is Tim Barrett. What's the biggest thing that surprised you about your time so far on the board?
That's a great question. I hadn't really hadn't thought about that before. I guess it shouldn't have been too much of a surprise, but I think the things that have been just that there have been, just in my 11 months, there are controversial issues. I've been in South Burlington, lived in South Burlington for just 4 years. Was in Burlington for 10 years in 2 different stints before that, so had a sense of the area and had a sense of the issues in South Burlington. But I think in the past 11 months, I've gotten much closer to them, and not that I'm surprised at the intensity of feeling that people have, because I, when I, am like that in my neighborhood here, and was like that in my neighborhood in Burlington, where there's a lot of pride and sense of protection that people have about their neighborhood, and that's justified. But I guess it maybe felt more intense than I got in a sense from reading the other paper and from just sort of trying to follow the issue as opposed to being as deeply involved with it. So I think wishing that maybe there was more sort of assuming good intentions from people on all sides of issues.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, we really thank you for your service. And I think you're reapplying, and then I think there's one opening, right? Or one empty seat, is that right? I can't remember. I don't have the big.
Yeah, I was filling out somebody else's term, I think, so I just had the 1 year. And I think there is another, I think that Brian Sullivan is also applying to reapply. Yeah.
Right.
Hi, Helen. That's correct. This is Paul. There are 2 spots on the DRB
okay.
that are up. I believe in both cases there's a reapplication, but there's 2 spaces total.
Okay. All righty. Well, thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll be in touch.
All right, great. Thank you, Helen.
Can I make one comment?
Oh,
Helen,
yeah.
quickly?
Yes.
So the last time we went through this process where, we interviewed a lot of people and there were decisions made, I think there were a couple of people who were not informed, very shortly after an appointment was made that they were not appointed. So I just want to reiterate to staff that when we're done with the process of appointing people, that those people who applied and were not appointed, they need to be told just as soon as you can after we're done.
We will take care of that, Tim.
Yep,
thank you very much.
That's important. Okay, thank you. All right, so next is Brian Sullivan. Is Brian on board?
Yes, I am. And I just tried turning on my camera. It said I couldn't do it, so it's just going to be audio, I guess.
Okay. Is it slow like that, Paul, because there's so many people on?
Hard to say. I don't think it has to do with the number of people on, but I think, Tim, did you say earlier that there'd been some outages and some slowdowns in Chittenden County?
Somebody else did.
What's happening?
Yeah, okay. So Brian, you can't get the picture going, no.
No, I can see you, but you can't see
But you
me.
can see us and okay. And we can hear you. So
Yes.
you are reapplying to serve. You're another attorney. And let's see, did you just complete your first term? I can't remember.
I think I took over a little bit into someone else's term because I've been on the board 2.5 years. So I'm imagining I'm finishing up the third year of a 2-year term.
Okay, all righty. And maybe, the same questions. You've been on the DRB. You certainly recognize the time commitment, which is considerable. What do you think are some challenges or ways that you would maybe improve the work, or maybe you don't think it needs to be improved? It's working really well.
Well, I think it's working well, but I think that kind of thing can always be improved. You'll notice that the answers Jim and I give to these questions are somewhat different than applicants for other boards and commissions. And that's because we really can't have an agenda of what we want to accomplish. We are there to act in a quasi-judicial capacity applying the land development regulations to applications that come before us. So we can't say, for example, we want to accomplish X in the next 3 years. We don't have a policy setting role. I will say though that with process, there are things I think could be improved. And although I do support the fact that we continued holding meetings when we haven't been able to do so in person, I think that is a work in progress, and certainly the way in which we do that can be improved. I don't know exactly how, but I think we all recognize that public participation is absolutely paramount, and we can and should be doing all we can to increase that.
Okay. Any questions for other people?
It's been kind of a turbulent year for the DRB, hasn't it?
Yes, I think you could say that. There's been turnover that wasn't expected.
Right.
There's been controversy, and you know, obviously, if I had my druthers, it would be a lot calmer in the upcoming year. But sometimes
good luck with that.
Yeah, you know.
But you mentioned the process, and I'm worried that I mean, I think the process is well defined, but I find myself frustrated when I read in the other paper about your decisions being appealed to higher judicial elements that then get rejected and appealed to higher judicial elements, and things that your decisions or non-decisions that get appealed that aren't even appealable, and then they have to go to the environmental court to find out that they're unappealable. I mean, it just doesn't it, to me, that seems like a giant waste of time, and without making reference to any particular, you know, project or process. But I mean, do you feel like the DRB's time is sometimes wasted by you know, some attempts to divert, you know, what would be a final decision of yours?
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, and I agree that there are times when it's frustrating that what we do can be completely redone at a higher level. The problem is that the only way to avoid that it would be for us to have on the record review, which I think is a really cumbersome process. I think it discourages public participation and is useful in maybe 10% of the cases, but in the other 90% is problematic. So I share your frustration, but I don't know that we have a better alternative.
I understand. I just hope that some of the decisions that have come out in the last year will deter some appeals going forward in time.
It's been my experience practicing land use law in Vermont for about 30 years that there are some cases that no matter what the local board does, they're going to get appealed, and they may get appealed all the way up to the Vermont Supreme Court. Emotions run deep with land use issues, and people have resources, especially when they band together, to take appeals. So some of it I think is inevitable.
Thank you.
Any other questions by anyone? Okay, well, again, thank you for your substantial amount of volunteer hours, although I guess you get a little stipend for your work, but it hardly covers it. So thank you.
all.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you for your time. Bye.
You are welcome. Goodbye. Good night. I think that's the last one, gang. So we move on to number 12. And that is Charlie Baker. Must be still hanging in there, huh? Thank you, Charlie Baker. So the council discussion and guidance on the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission I-89 corridor study. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
Helen?
Pardon?
Helen? Dave Crawford.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
just wondering when I'll be scheduled. Is that next time?
I actually, maybe, I don't know. My husband is up and he wasn't scheduled, so I think there's another series, right, Kevin?
Okay, that's fine. I'll plan
There's
on
another
whenever it
series.
is.
Yeah, we had you scheduled for the interviews 2 weeks ago, but we will get you in for the next regular meeting of the council.
Okay, yeah, I was having some real challenges in the iPad.
Oh. So John Stern was supposed to be on tonight too.
Well, it's fine. It's okay.
Okay.
What's
But
the
did
date
I
of that?
skip over? Because I remember reading his. Dave, we'll schedule you in 2 weeks. Thank
2
you.
weeks. 2 weeks. Thank you.
Yep. Kevin, was John Stern on this or did I? Yes, did I skip over his name or was it? Okay, I
Jumped over
apologize.
his name.
I apologize. So John, why don't we, I'm sorry, Charlie. Do you mind if we just finish this one interview and then we'll get back to you?
Not at all. Go ahead.
I really sincerely apologize. I am sorry. So, John, welcome.
Yes, hello.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking up. Ooh.
Oh, no, thank you. And I'm going to start with a really bad joke. I just heard you say, sorry, Charlie. And for those of you who may remember that advertisement.
Right, exactly.
Apologize. I know it's
Yeah.
late and I'm probably taking up too much time just with that comment. I'm applying for the Planning Commission. I don't know if you want to start with a question. I've heard the question you asked pretty much everybody, which was why would you select me for the role?
Yeah.
Would you like me to start there or?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So I have a very long professional background in strategic planning, large scale strategic planning. My family has also been in strategic community planning for years, generations actually, but not in Vermont. I'm a relative newbie to Vermont, been here for 7 years. Absolutely love South Burlington and would love to contribute through the Planning Commission if you so select me. I believe the comprehensive plan was written in 2016. We're facing a turning point. As of 2025, I believe the population demographics start to level off. The plan doesn't really go much past that. And one of the things that I've noticed, we've talked about, and I agree with, that we must plan for a variety of different, more global issues that we face. But specifically, one of the things we're dealing with right now is pandemic response. And I've been dealing with in my role today with Mathematica. I've been consulting with a number of communities across the nation, trying to understand where they're going. And it's clear that even though we're going to reopen and go back to work, this isn't going to be the last time we face this. When you look at the changing demographics for South Burlington, which is essentially an aging population, and you look at the pressures around housing and economics, I think that and a comprehensive plan that doesn't take into account some of those factors, especially in the new world that we're facing, I feel like I can really contribute in a collaborative fashion to help ask some of the right questions so that we can consider some of the things that we'll be facing, which we haven't considered before. So that's why I think I can add value through that process.
Okay, great. You're familiar with sort of the time commitment of the Planning Commission?
Yes, I am.
Did you ever go to any of the meetings or sit in or?
I attended a few. I was not overly involved. I will admit that. I've increasingly become involved in community events here in South Burlington. And again, as I mentioned, as my professional commitments have changed, I now find myself in a place where I can provide more input to South Burlington.
Great. Other questions from council members?
I'm willing to entertain any questions you have.
Are there any?
Oh, okay.
All
Well, thank
right.
you for your time this evening.
Yes. Wait, I'm sorry. You got two. Megan
okay,
and
great.
then Tom.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was very intriguing what you were saying about what you seek lacking from from our comprehensive plan. So if you could get more into detail, is it just pandemic planning or is it more detailed than that?
So I would like, as Michael Mittag was saying, he went through a learning curve, so I would face a learning curve as far as that's concerned. But with regards to what I read, and it's a 205-page document, so I don't have it memorized. But certainly there are questions that we might want to raise around where our priorities are. I think the document does a good job at describing what makes South Burlington special, but where, as we're taking a look at housing versus economics versus education versus open space, how those pieces come together, and some of the things we need to do as we move into a changing demographic and come up with a design for what we would like to see South Burlington continue to be and or become. I think there are some changes we might want to put into the plan. I'd be happy to talk with you more about it offline. But yeah, I do see some gaps in the plan.
I see this as an opportunity actually for you to share those ideas. If you've got something that you've already thought about, I think everyone on the council would be interested in hearing that.
Sure. This first one will be very specific, if that's okay. And I'm not sure, again, the purview of the Planning Commission vis-a-vis community monitoring, for instance, with pandemic response, but there is a methodology that's growing throughout the United States. It takes place at the community or municipal level. It relates back to wastewater. We've had opioid issues as well. And so when you take a look at drug use and you look at pandemics and you say, what is the most effective way to monitor while maintaining privacy rights, a community's health? Wastewater monitoring is probably one of the best and least used approaches in this country right now. The EPA mandates about 90 pathogens be monitored, but outside of that, there are a huge number of health metrics that can be measured through wastewater. For instance, the general stress level of a community can actually be measured through wastewater. I don't know if most people, I didn't know that before, but I know this now. You can measure, again, COVID-19. Is it growing? Is it not growing? You can measure fitness levels, for instance. There are things you can do through community level surveillance while maintaining privacy through wastewater planning. So when we start taking a look at the health of the community and the stressors on the community, are we doing a good job? Well, perhaps if we were to take a look at how we're recognizing metrics for our health, we might want to adopt a few of those into the planning document. That's just one example. And I'm looking over this way on my computer because you're over here on my computer.
I know. Okay.
No problem.
Any other comments or questions? Tom, you didn't have one. I thought you were. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And I appreciate your interest in volunteering time in South Burlington.
Thank you, Helen.
Right. So we will go back to Charlie Baker now. Thank you, Charlie, for being.
No problem. And I'm. Is it possible, Paul, for me to be able to share my screen?
Certainly, Charlie. Let me hand over. I'll make you the presenter. Just a moment.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your patience and your fortitude in conducting the public's business. I really appreciate it. Wanted to, thanks, Paul, give you an update as to where we are with the 89 study. And just see if you see any key issues at this point. We're still at a very early stage. And I'm assuming you can see my screen here now.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll give you a quick background. And like I said, we're still in the very earliest stages of this work, but just wanted to touch base and see if you see any issues, comments, or concerns in the first couple steps. And then we'll talk about the longer process. I know I sent you a memo a number of weeks ago. I am still hoping to work with the staff and other committees and commissions of the city to get some broader feedback as we go forward. just to refresh everybody, the project area is all of 89, all 37 miles in Chittenden County. We have 7 existing interchanges. They're highlighted in pink. And we are also looking at the adjacent intersections and signals by those interchanges. And then, of course, we're focused in on the core area and the issues around exit 14, which is hence why I'm talking to the South Burlington City Council tonight. And as I said, we're in the earliest stages. We're trying to wrap up the corridor vision and goal statements. And then we're just at the beginning stages of looking at the interchanges. And that's what I'll review with you in more detail. And just the meat of this process will happen more this fall as we look at more detail about interchanges. And then over the winter into next spring, where we're putting together packages of what look like good solutions that accomplish the multiple objectives and goals that we have just as a community, some of which you've been talking about in various conversations tonight. And then we get into an implementation plan next summer and try to wrap it up in a final report, maybe 15 months from now. And please stop me, and I apologize, Madam Chair, I'm not seeing you, so if
No, I'm here.
you'll
I had to
step in.
out
Okay.
for a moment.
Okay. This is a quick summary of the comments that we got. We did 3 rounds of public outreach in January, February, and early March. We got that in right before everything closed down. So that was good timing. And you see a little summary, a lot of comments on bicycle pedestrian infrastructure, public transit, reducing auto dependency, climate change, some upgrade the interchanges, some widening 89, some don't widen 89, and then a bunch of other different kind of comments. I think the next slide gives you a little bit more detail on that. And some of them, again, some support 12B, some don't support 12B. Sorry, that just popped out of me. HOV lanes, livable communities. So I'm not going to give that, but there's a little summary, and I want to appreciate you hosting the first one at the end of January. And so one of the processes that we were trying to do in the public meetings was see if there were any comments on the vision and goal statements. And we did get some comments. We have some little updates to the goals. And this is the draft right now. And they're still, pretty trying to be neutrally positive goal statements here. But happy to take any more final comments and concerns if you have any on any of these statements, or let us know in the next week or so. We're going to have an advisory committee meeting at the end of June. So we're hoping to finalize these at that meeting. I'll pause there for a second. Any quick reactions or comments?
Are there anybody? I thought they sounded pretty, good, standard.
Yeah, right. I think and they definitely have been wordsmithed quite a bit. So thank you to everyone who contributed that. I mentioned we're looking at the interchanges. We're at this stage right now where we're looking at a first round high level interchange screening. And then we'll dig deeper into the interchanges over the summer and into the fall and come up with bundles over the winter. So I think and now I'm stuck. There we go. The first round interchanges. We actually, as we talked to a variety of people, had 8 different interchange improvements suggested, going from south to north, a new interchange in Bolton, new interchange at 12B, full interchange at 13, the idea of a simple U-turn at 13, and then something that generated out of the process over the last few weeks was a hybrid between those 2 ideas, which we call the hybrid because we're very creative. And then exit 14N which is something, the airport came up with a number of years ago. We looked more closely at that. Full interchange at exit 15, and then an exit up in Milton, exit 17N, which has been an idea for a while. And this is gonna be the most painful part. Gonna show you the scoring matrix. And these black boxes here give you a sense, the kind of the guide to the scoring evaluation matrix here. We had different metrics organized by those 5 goals I reviewed earlier. There's a metric description, the actual units. The 8 interchanges are columns across the top. Grayed out rows are things that we looked at, but were not part of the scoring. So there's some kind of extra data here. And we assigned a value from 0 to 4, or I should say shading. The values were what the values were. And then we basically parsed the range of values for each metric into 5, from 0 to 4. And so if it's white, it was in the bottom 20th percentile. If it's dark blue, it was in the top 20th percentile of the range of data for that metric. And then down at the bottom, you'll see this other note that there were a couple metrics that we felt got to some priorities of this effort, which was looking at exit 14 and also were we accomplishing our smart growth goals for the region, and those have double weight. So let me, and I'm gonna try to do something which I don't know how easy this will be, to switch what I'm showing you. And can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm zoomed in on the metrics, just because I want to give you a better sense of the actual data. Again, this was kind of a first cut, high level screening. We were trying to get easy to obtain measurements on how these different interchange improvements would perform based on metrics tied to the goals. The first couple were about safety. Federal Highway has an interchange spacing metric that was pretty simple. High crash locations. How many did this interchange increase traffic by 10% or more at nearby high crash locations, or decrease traffic at high crash locations? Right-of-way impact, so which was kind of how many acres of disturbance might be associated. And again, we were doing a very simplistic, we don't have specific design plans for all these, but we took kind of a 75-foot swath around all of the ramps and said, this is at least gives us a sense, a relative sense of area of disturbance. The same thing with the number of structures potentially impacted, and emphasis on the word potentially. I'll come back to that one because that was one of the places where there are some significant differences. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll here. I'm happy to take any quick questions on these. On mobility, we kind of looked at the cost of the interchange and the number of users and came up with a cost per trip metric. And then congestion mitigation, the change in trips at adjacent interchanges. So did it shift and redistribute traffic in some way? Then environmental impacts, wetlands, river corridors, natural habitats, looking at acres impacted. So a bunch of metrics there. And then a few economic metrics, looking at jobs nearby, how many users would use each interchange. And then vehicle hours of travel, which is kind of a broad metric to get a sense of travel time and travel and delay. And then finally, the couple that were got some extra weight was consistency with the regional plan. By definition, that also means it's consistency with the town municipal plan. And then impacts to exit 14 traffic got extra weight. And so I want to kind of pause there. I don't know if there are any questions, and there should be a couple more caveats about all this and these specific metrics, which is that they're very auto-oriented. And I'm sorry, someone mute. I don't know who that is, but thank you. These metrics, again, are just the first level screening. We tried to have some balance to them, looking at environmental impacts and other things, but they're not fully fleshed out. They're not the final metrics by any stretch, but we were just trying to screen out which of those 8 ideas might have some value. So any questions on the metrics in general or the process we went through?
I have one question, and it seems is most of this discussion or this the different options aimed at reducing congestion at exit 14? Is that kind of the linchpin for all of this?
I would say at this stage, that's probably a significant driver.
Okay.
And which is what this impact to exit 14, this last metric down here, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, let me switch up to the one that has the data and scroll out a little bit if I can figure out how to work these controls. And if we look at that in particular, and you're going to lose the heading here a little bit. But again, these columns are going from south to north. This is exit 10A. This is 12B. This is a full 13. This is a hybrid 13. This is a U-turn 13. This is 14N, 15, and 17. And Helen, to answer your question, like 13N looked like it had a really positive impact at 14. But there were also a lot of other impacts, particularly to properties. So up here, this number 47 was a lot of impact on properties in South Burlington, which kind of had us look for a hybrid. This 29 that this hybrid solution has is probably an overestimation of the impacts. But both 12B and 13 hybrid and 14N, frankly, had about a 10 or 11% reduction in traffic at exit 14. And I think it is a motivator, because I think we're trying to figure out how to get exit 14 to work better. And also Williston Road. Can we make Williston Road more livable for bicyclists and pedestrians? And to do that, part of what I think we'll figure out through this is, can we shift traffic? Well, can we reduce traffic, number one, when we look at those big bundles? But then number two, whatever traffic we can't reduce, can we shift it and distribute it in a way that makes the system more functional in and around South Burlington? Sorry, that was a long answer to your question. I should have just said yes.
Well, thank you. No, but that was helpful. Are there any other questions that people have? No? Okay, keep going.
Yeah, it's Megan here. Sorry.
Okay, I just had a question about whether you will allow questions from the public. After Megan, of course.
I'm sure Helen will, right? Helen, you'll allow questions from the public.
Yes, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I didn't really hear your question.
Oh, okay.
So if there's, right.
Well,
Are there
Megan-
questions from the public now on what we've heard so far? Not jumping to anything else?
Well, Megan wanted to ask first, I thought.
It was more a comment that this full interchange at exit 13, except for the number of homes impacted, it seems like a reasonable solution to so many things. I mean, minus 18% for the amount of traffic at 14. It seems to be one of the more reasonably priced. Is that including purchasing the properties of the homes? I was just really stunned to see that it was very competitive.
I'll have to ask David Saladino, who I think is on the horn, to pipe in about whether the cost includes all the right-of-way and property acquisition.
It does include those estimates, and we did our best to adjust those to current year dollars. A lot of these came from studies that were done 10 plus years ago, but they all do include some allocation for right-of-way costs.
And did you vet this by the South Burlington Business Association, or, you know, the business owners that are, of course, very keenly interested in 12B? I mean, it seems when you almost have the double amount of relief at exit 14, it seems like it's something to consider.
Yeah. And so I think in one of the next couple of slides, I'll get to the punchline. The punchline is that in addition to looking at improvements on exit 14, the technical committee is recommending to the advisory committee that we keep looking at something at exit 13. And Megan, I think to try to answer your question a little bit more directly, I don't think we know yet until we get into the next stage of analysis if it's the full 13 or some hybrid or maybe just the simple U-turn. But it seems like something at 13 might make sense, and also 12B. So those are the two locations for interchange improvement in addition to 14 that the committee is recommending go forward based on the screening.
Thank you, Charlie.
Other questions?
Okay, may I ask my questions?
You
or-
may. Yep, Sandy?
Sandy Dooley. I guess I'm finding a disconnect between the public input and the total focus on interchange, new ones or modifications. We had 38 comments wanting more investment in public transit, 34 for additional bike and pedestrian infrastructure, 22 for reducing auto dependency, 15 for the bike and ped bridge at exit 14. And we had 8 for climate change and 7 for high occupancy vehicle transit lanes. And you add all those together, and that's more than 40% of the comments. And none of those, other than the pedestrian and bicycle bridge across at exit 14, relates to an interchange. And so I'm just finding a disconnect. I'm trying to figure out how the interchange options promote those goals that people had, because what you did was you lumped all the different discrete interchanges that each had, well, exit 12B had more support, but put all of the separate interchange options together on the other page, which seemed to me to present them as having more support, since who knows how many people wanted all of those interchange options to be considered, than the strong support for alternatives to making the interstate more compatible for vehicles, cars and trucks and things like that, as opposed to public transit. So anyway, I just am finding a disconnect between the input and the output in terms of this.
You are correct, Sandy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. And I think the disconnect is not truly a disconnect. It's just that we're very early in looking. Hi, kitty cat.
Yeah, that's my cat. Come on, Neva, get out of there.
Sorry, that distracted me for a moment. I thought you were being attacked. But we're just very early in trying to put together the bigger packages, and we knew the interchange conversation was going to be a big distraction, and also something that needed to be looked at a little bit separately from figuring out how to make the full multimodal, best livable or best investments in livability that we can. And so you're right, we're kind of carving off this interchange process as a first step before we get to putting things together later in the fall and the winter to get to the questions that you're rightly asking and that the public were asking for. So do not take this in any way as this was the answer to the issues the public brought up. That's definitely not the case. But we did want to look at this interchange question. A lot of these have been bubbling around for decades. And I think we're trying to go through a little bit more thorough analysis with the interchanges to get to a resolve one way or the other. Maybe there's no new interchange at the end of this, but we wanted to spend some extra time to try to answer this question. I'll say once and for all, because I'm optimistic, but but you're right, Sandy, this is not the full story. This is just the beginning of a piece of the story that we're trying to make some progress on.
I just want to add one thing, and that is one thing that concerns me is new interchanges historically tend to be major generators of development, which tends to increase traffic volume because there's things that are attracting people. There are destinations there as a result of the development. And it concerns me about having like 12B, having a really detrimental impact on the quality of life and the situation in the Southeast quadrant. So I'm not necessarily seeing those considerations being represented in this analysis.
You are right again. And this was just that first round of screening. And if I go to the second round of screening here, you'll see the first step that we are going to take and partly, Sandy, I think we were struggling with that there were so many interchange ideas that had been put out there over time that we're trying to screen them in the first stage right now. And then in the second stage, we'll take the couple that seem like they have more value to this transportation system, maybe not to the community, and do a deeper dive this summer and fall. And the first step of doing that is looking at that question that you just raised, which is secondary growth. Are they going to cause and induce more land development demand, particularly in areas where we don't want it? If they induce, growth at city center, like, okay, maybe that's a good thing. If they're inducing growth, further away, that's probably not so good and not consistent with our plans. So there's a process over the summer to evaluate that in more detail, and then come back and start looking at this more comprehensively with multimodal look at it, the environmental impact, the land development implications, and trying to get a deeper dive into just the interchange piece this fall, and then over the winter pull together full packages based on what seems to have some merit from interchange perspective. So again, you're right, and you are understanding it right, and we're just not at that stage yet.
I just have one other question, and that is there any plan to try to measure the impact of the pandemic on commuting patterns and people working at home and perhaps less traffic?
Yeah, so that's a good overall question also. And I think we know, when gas prices go down, people drive more, people don't use the bus as much. The pandemic has certainly done a very good job of it causing us to work from home, as I can see looking at the screen here. And so we know there are impacts to transportation. Some of them are going to be positive, right? Like working from home is definitely, that's a transportation demand management solution that reduces the traffic on our roads. That's good. On the other hand, if it scares people away from using transit and, you know, the bus system really suffers, that's bad. Especially, you know, if we have health officials saying, you know, we rather you drive alone than carpool to work, like that's not good either, right? And so, but I'll say we're taking a longer term view of this. We put I think we call this a 2050 study, but the reality is that this is kind of long range planning, where we're trying to be prepared for the future, but not predict it and not get ahead of the future either. And so we talk about developing the corridor recommendations here over the winter and spring. And then this implementation plan idea is really to say what conditions would have to occur to cause us to want to make X investment, right? Because when we get to the end of this, there's likely to be a number of investments, you know, the bike ped bridge over 89, maybe changing a ramp configuration at exit 14, maybe doing, you know, I don't know what. But for each one of those investments, there might be something, I've been calling it a trigger. At what point would we want to see conditions get to before we decide to make that investment, so that we don't make investments, you know, too early when we don't need it, and we don't wait too long to when, you know, conditions have gotten too severe, that we should have done it a few years ago. So that whole implementation plan is going to try to have that notion of triggering to implement the projects at the right time. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And I say that's a long way to say, like, if the traffic doesn't justify a congestion fix, then we won't do it. You know, and that's what I mean when I say we don't want to get ahead of what's needed either. So that's what the implementation plan will be about in the last phase there.
Okay, I think Michael Mittag has a question, a short one, maybe a quick one.
A very short one. Well, many of those present this evening were also present at several visioning sessions organized by the city. And they're a few years ago, and I wonder, Charlie, whether you have the benefit of the outcomes and of those visioning sessions. As I remember it, the two most important issues identified by those present were the bike ped bridge across the interstate at exit 14, and the U-turn at exit 13, I guess it is. And very few people, as I remember it, were very impressed with the idea of 12B because of the ecological disturbance that would entail. And the U-turn idea was also favored because it was the least disturbance to the ecology. And I wondered whether you had received the benefit of that public input.
Not specifically in the immediate past that I recall, but that's not inconsistent with anything that you know, I think that we're working on at the moment. And I really need to emphasize that, you know, none of these are decisions at this point. This is like early in the process. So I think that's helpful input at this point. Is that reflected in the city plan?
The cost benefit scoring that you showed was indicative. In fact, seemed to reinforce what people felt back then. That the U-turn has the lowest cost and the highest benefit to cost, and 12B has the opposite. So
okay,
that was it for me.
All right, thank you. Keep going, Charlie.
I'm done unless somebody has, the rest of this is specific interchange maps. So that was only, if somebody had a specific question there. But any more feedback at this point would be very helpful. As I said, the advisory committee meets at the end of June. And really what we're doing right now is weeding out those other interchanges. So exit 15, 14N, et cetera.
This is really important work, and it's really long range looking. So thank you, Charlie, for all this time and energy on this, and I look forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, same here. And the 13 full, 13 hybrid, and 12B really need a lot of intense scrutiny for various reasons. But there's a lot of opportunity there, I think.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in here too. I have to say that the full 13 seems to be the most consistent with the plan, and it takes 18% of the traffic congestion off of 14. I mean, it hits two birds with one stone. I mean, I really see it as much more workable than the U-turn. And I had always been under the impression, and I'm going back now over 10 years ago when I was on the council, that it was just, sky high, rocket high costs. And when I see that it's really competitive for costs, now I'm not sitting here in the Chamberlain neighborhood going to say we should be tearing down homes, but there's something to be considered when you're looking long term. I see the homes there in the southern.
Yeah, this area in particular was of a concern for us, but just to help you, Megan, and I'm not going to answer your question because we're just not at a stage to the 13 hybrid keeps the U-turn idea, and then just 2 of the ramps of the full 13, and avoids the loop ramps, and then avoids the property impact in this neighborhood here.
Right.
And so again, I'm not saying that this is not the right thing either. So I think in the next round, we're proposing to kind of just dig deeper into 13 and figure out, where between those alternatives looks like the sweet spot.
But it takes 11% of traffic off of 14 as opposed to 18. So it's there's something that's not as enticing there in the modeling.
Exactly.
Right?
When you do the U-turn, and again, this is our traffic model, it's a longer trip. And so it kind of thinks that fewer people will want to use that. More people will still go to 14. So
I say baloney to that. Baloney.
and there's modeling, and then there's reality. We'll see.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Any other? And please, there is a website here. If you want to give us any feedback there, anybody that's watching this in the public, it's envision89.com. Welcome any feedback there, or if you want to email me or Eleni or David Saladino, please feel free.
One quick question, Charlie. Would 15 need a diverging diamond?
No.
Okay. That's all I want to ask.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Charlie. I appreciate all your work and coming to us and sharing this, and looks good. Okay. Moving on to number 14, since we put off naming the city building till next Monday. Consider and possibly approve an instrument to assure that a future council will enter into a conservation easement on the Wheeler property exclusive of the homestead.
Hi.
Who is that's you, Kevin?
Yeah, Amanda's here with us to talk about an idea that has come up the last meeting. The council asked the staff to come up with a method to assure that a future council would, in fact, work to conserve the property in an official way, the Wheeler property. At the time, I suggested that it's hard to come up with something to bind a future council. But Paul and Amanda and Andrew have worked together and come up with a plan this afternoon. So Amanda and Paul, Amanda, why don't you just go through this? It involves a charter change. It has the added benefit of maybe being applicable to other properties in the future. And it does give authority to the council to make these decisions. Actually, it mandates it as part of a charter change. So go ahead, Amanda.
Sorry, so this is not an entirely detailed plan yet, but this was so that we could get sufficient information. Excuse me. So go find Daddy. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sufficient feedback from the council on this possibility of establishing through an amendment and addition to the city charter that establishes a process for especially essentially creating a special designation, conservation designation for city-owned lands that could be replicated then, but it would then also potentially have both minimum requirements for the city-owned lands, define what it means essentially to be placed under this special designation, and then potentially also a process by which, if in the future there is some consideration for some reason of removing a parcel from this designation, that essentially to ensure that change, either the city council or others have basically, they would have to undertake some work to convince the voters that there is a need or some benefit for that. So the benefits of this possibility are one, that while there are benefits to establishing or conveying a conservation easement to a third-party entity, that does involve cost. And this potential alternative could avoid some of those costs. It also avoids essentially kind of, it keeps things in-house, to put it not very diplomatically, but it also meets some of the same goals, because once the city, depending on how the city charter defines this special designation, once it has been established, then it would, the idea is it would then be, there would be a purpose for the designation, that the city council is trying to protect or conserve or limit these lands from further development, and that it's then, that would then be essentially in perpetuity unless and until further action would be needed. That would not be impossible to meet, but it would require effort.
And let me just underscore that last point that this is Paul, that Amanda shared. The council could, through a city charter range, make it as high a bar as it chose to make it. So the idea here, I think that, we'd heard a lot from council and you'd heard from the committee members that the whole intent of going to a group like the Vermont Land Trust is to make an action that is, permanent or nearly permanent. The bar that you choose to set through something like this could be however high you chose to make it. So there's a couple of examples in there, but they're just examples. 2 votes of the public separated by at least a year. It could be, it must have a certain percentage of voter participation. It could be both of those. It could be more than a simple majority. It could be whatever bar you want to establish to make it, you know, that when we were talking about it, we were sort of using the example of the Constitution is intended to be able to be changed, but it's intended to be a very high bar to allow it to be changed, that it's not something that can be changed easily, whereas entering this could be relatively straightforward. So a thought to share with you.
Okay. Well, reactions?
I have one.
I would just add that the other alternative way to do this through a charter change is to simply deal specifically with the Wheeler property and not extend it to others. So you have kind of 2 charter change options there. We preferred the original one that Amanda outlined.
What was the original one?
The
I
original,
thought, wasn't there just one?
the one that
Getting
Amanda,
late. I'm having trouble following.
the one Amanda outlined is replicable. You can do it again. You can apply it to
Oh, on
other,
it with another parcel.
yes. Perhaps
Oh, okay.
someday another parcel comes along you want to do it, you have that authority. Alternatively, you change the charter just for Wheeler. We thought you prefer to have the ongoing authority. So
yeah.
Okay. Other council members? Any other comments or thoughts?
Well, I mean, I appreciate this work, and it certainly is a path that we could use. My question is more general in nature about Wheeler. If you take away the homestead building area and you take away the 2 Act 250 prime ag mitigation areas, right? How much property is left that's not that is buildable, that represents a possible deviation from what it's being used for right now? Is it like 10 or 15 acres? My point is that if we do something with that land other than what it is today, we will not have the ability to do any other Act 250 mitigation there if we want to do that for some other property that we own in the future. And nobody has the intention of taking the Wheeler property and wanting to unconserve it. I mean, we can't take back the Act 250 parcels on that right now. And the rest of it, a lot of it has got to be wetland because there are those bridges everywhere. I'm just curious as to how much of it actually we're really worried about wanting to put under a conservation easement when I don't know if it practically is going to do that much for us.
Tom?
Thank you, Tim. I agree with your point there, and I think that's very, very sound. I think a lot of this has been in this discussion that's gone over about 3 to 4 years of my time on this council, and then it goes back to 2011, is the concern that councils change and that councils shift and priorities shift. And there's been expressions about how we can't trust how some councils might have different priorities. I will say this, I really like this idea. I was originally, what I saw in the packet, I was concerned what we were going to go, the path we were going to go down. But what I like about this is it binds the hands of the council, taking it out of the council's right and puts it in the voters' hands, the ones that bought the land and steward the land. So that I trust into a great deal. As much as a third party is also trusted today, we don't know where those third parties will be in 50 years, but I have a lot of confidence that since South Burlington's been around since 1865, hope I got that year right, we're going to be around for another 50 plus years. And I love this notion of putting it in the voters' hands with a really high bar, with a 2/3 majority, or even the 2 votes sequentially after a year, because it achieves the same goals while still retaining the power with the people, the owners of the land that I implicitly trust. So I'm not taking anything away from your point, Tim. I like this idea because it takes this concern about how councils constantly shift and puts it back to the voters' hand when it comes to conservation, which I think addresses a core issue around the Wheeler property. But I'll stop talking now. It's late.
Other comments? Megan, did you? Yeah.
I want to think about this. I don't have I haven't yet been able to decide one way or the other. tonight. Last time we discussed this, I was fine with just waiting until our money situation was different. So I felt that it was somewhat settled. So this just opens up something that I'll need to think about.
Okay. I'm sort of with you in that position. Maybe because I'm tired and it's late and whatever. I haven't had a chance to think about this, and now I've got to decide on a name for the new building by Monday. I'm worried about that. Michael.
Yes. Well, the voters have already spoken on this issue, and they are their speech to the council was, you are required to convey a conservation easement on the Wheeler Park, the whole Wheeler Park. Parts of it have different allowed and disallowed uses. The homestead area has more allowed uses than the rest of it, than the natural area. To answer Tim's question, it's 119 acres, of which I believe 21 are prime ag soil mitigation areas. So it's 90 acres that are not encumbered in any way. And I think I heard Amanda say that if you went with a charter change, that you could put things on that list and maybe also take them off that list. That will not satisfy what the voters voted for back in 2011. There isn't a substitute for a permanent conservation easement with a third party, which is a conservation easement in perpetuity. That's what we understood we were voting for, and that's what I think you should do the right thing. You know, fiddling around with charter change. The charter change is fine for something else in the future. I think it's a great idea that the city may want to place other properties in that category, which may or may not be conserved. But the Wheeler Nature Park is a done deal as far as the voters are concerned. They've told you what they want, and I think you should do it. And it's the whole park, not, I don't know why we're excluding the homestead. Homestead has different, as I said, different allowed and disallowed uses to the remaining, whatever it is. The homestead area is probably about 11 acres. And I don't see how the council or anybody else can further encumber this land, which is publicly owned, without your getting the permission of the public to encumber it with Act 250 mitigation for prime ag soils. I don't think you have the right to do that. You should take legal advice on it. I will certainly.
Well, of course, Helen, as we talked last week, if we have the money in the open space fund, if you want to spend it on this, certainly yours there to spend for this purpose. That's what the fund was set up for. I think we've got adequate funding in it today to cover the cost of doing this.
I didn't say you have to do it now. I just say you have to do it. You have to make sure that.
I'm saying it needs to be a open space fund manager.
This council or any future council.
Michael, please let Kevin finish, and then I'll let you have your say.
I'm just saying it needs to be an open space fund expenditure now or 10 years from now. That's what the fund was set up to do. We need to keep it out of the general fund because we have general fund pressures, as we all know. But if you want to use the open space fund, that's what it's there for.
That's fine. You and I can agree to disagree on that, and we can pay for it later or not. But what we discussed at the last meeting was that you would look for ways to ensure that this council, when it has the money, or future councils are bound by the vote that was taken, which is to convey a conservation easement.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Sandy?
Well, I just had a question. I don't think you could take a vote on this tonight because the first I've seen Amanda's document was when it was put on the screen. It was not included in the package that was warned.
It's not intended to be a vote tonight, Sandy. It was to introduce a concept for the council and discern which direction they wanted to go.
I thought people were, the conversation led me to believe, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. Sorry, my cat is getting hungry. Misunderstood where you were going and you were thinking about a vote or not a vote tonight. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. So we'll consider this and decide some other time, I guess.
Will Amanda's document be available online at the city? It wasn't in the package, so.
Yeah, I can send you it. I can send it to you directly, Michael, and in addition to that, we can post it someplace, right, Paul?
Will you send it to
absolutely.
the council too?
Yeah, I'll send it out. I'll send it out to the council, and I'll send you a copy, Michael, and Sandy. I'll send you one too if you want tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to go to our next to last? That's probably our last item. This is the appointment of a representative to serve on the Green Mountain Transit Board of Directors Board. And I would like to nominate Megan to be our representative. She's the only one on the council, I think, that actually takes the bus. She's a real supporter, and she also is a real supporter of what's good for South Burlington. So I can't think of a better replacement.
Second.
Will you do it, Megan?
I will. Thank you. I accept. And if you keep me talking, you won't get a cat, you'll get a dog in front of my camera. So I'm going to stop talking.
Okay. So we have a motion. She's been nominated and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thumbs up?
Aye.
Yes, aye. That's great. Thank you very much, Megan. And thank you for your service, Tom. You did a great job.
Tom.
Thank you,
An
Tom.
honor and pleasure.
Let's see. Now we go on to reports from councilors on committee assignments. Were there any? Nobody seems to be meeting, so we probably don't have much to report. Okay. And there was no other business that anyone brought up.
I have one thing, or two things actually. Tom, will you let the GMT board know and someone will contact me?
Traditionally, new terms start July 1st. So you're welcome to come to the June meeting. That's the third Tuesday of every month. But yeah, I think starting at the July meeting is traditional. So that I think we'll have 2 or 3 other new commissioners as well then, but I will inform them.
Okay.
If there's any official documents that we need to send over for the board, we'll send those over.
All right.
And then one other thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Winooski passed the resolution tonight in support of the grant for noise monitoring. So
it was a very modest resolution, and we'll talk about it Monday.
Very good.
Which is good. All righty. So if there's no other business, a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Yeah.
Second. And all in favor? Yahoo! Thank you. This was a long meeting. I'm glad we cut off 2 things so we weren't still plowing along.
I'm very glad we did the executive session prior.
Yes, I am
Just
too.
sleep well, everybody.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you all. Stay
Bye, everyone.
safe, stay well, and we'll see some of you Thursday for the ECA meeting. God, never ending. Ooh.
We don't know of anybody that got sick, do we? From being.